Looks like we got him.
Incorrect. I got him.
Well, either way, we're gonna collect this bounty. What the?
Zoom transmission. Alright. Looks like the mic was not muted the whole time. That's fine. Oh, I hope you folks are doing well. I'm Cody with IronVerse Comics. And we're doing another Coffee Cody and Comics. This time we're talking about one of my, hard to qualify, but I think it might be my favorite independent crowdfunded series that's out right now. It's a lot of people's favorites if I've seen correctly as well, which is pretty neat. But at the same time, I've actually got something, a bit of I got something to say about the latest volume. And before we get to that though, we're gonna hang out for a while. Why? Because I've noticed it takes between 10 and 20 minutes for folks to get on into these things. So we're going to do that! Alright, skip track. Oh, it's not going to do it. Band leader's just like, nope. Alright, there we go. Need to sound a little less aggressive this morning. Hope you folks had a great weekend. Mine was pretty damn good. Friday went and saw the ever incredible Laguna Muta, his first show back that I'm aware of since the virus. And that was a great show. Had a wonderful time. Probably my favorite set list he's put together. Very cool stuff. Please check out his work. You actually heard his track in the stream starting shortly page of this stream. So if you like that, go check it out. You can pick up that track and his actually quite incredible duo of independent rock albums. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Please do check it out. So I had a great time there. And then yesterday, it was the man's birthday. So I was hanging out with him. Good time. Good time was had by all. Work kicked my ass. Physically, I'm still not in the best shape, but it is what it is. Hopefully figure something out about this soon, one way or another. Just not looking forward to bad news, so I haven't jumped into those hoops yet to hear it. But we'll see. We'll see. Sooner rather than later is probably a good idea. Otherwise though, yeah, just hanging. Didn't sleep that great. Woken up this morning, a couple hours back by dogs trying to get in my chicken coop. That's always a fun one to wake up to. At least my pup was aware, because I had heard it. I had kind of slipped into that state between awake and consciousness and was trying to decide, do I fall back to sleep or not? And nope, the pup's like, nope, we're getting up. And she jumped up and ran towards the door. And so that got me up. And then I went and checked, and yep, 2 big dogs trying to break into my chicken coop. That's fun. Dug out a airsoft rifle. I don't know if that's gonna hurt him enough to back him off if I catch him again, because I don't want to use. I do not want to shoot it out. So I would very much rather, sting them and hopefully they remember. But I'm gonna protect my chickens. So we'll see. We'll see. The coop, my reinforcements of the coops from the last time, dogs actually broke in and slaughtered my chickens. They held up. So there's a good chance they can't even get in. But I don't want the dogs hurting themselves trying to get in. I don't want my chickens scared. Like, it's just a bad situation all the way around. I wish these neighbors, kept their dogs from wandering. But it is what it is. Just man, if I didn't want to wake up on the wrong side of the bed today, that made sure I did. Whew. But I'm calming down. Kamen. Speaking of Kamen, I did end up reading Kamen America Volume 5 this morning, and that's what we're going to end up talking about here in about 10 minutes. Well, I have a lot to say about it. You'll see, or hear, however you're consuming. And I'm going to keep consuming coffee as well. I'm hoping by the time folks start rolling on in, I've got the caffeine fuel to do justice to the inspiration for this particular stream. Alright. I don't think there's anything else particularly to chat about. Besides Kamen America, which is the first Western comic I picked up in a couple weeks. Actually, hold your horses, folks. I do have something else kind of cool. Please stand by. Oh, come on. Please stand by. Oh, VoiceBot's just like, nope, you don't pay me enough for this gig. I'm going to have a frank discussion with him after the show. Can't leave me hanging, VoiceBot. You know I have no power without you. Maybe that's why he's taking advantage of it. Okay, he hears it. Alright. Please stand by. listening to me. Good. Thank you. In fact, we're going to go ahead and throw up the mechanic. It's symbol for our lovely voice bot. Alright, so what was the inspiration to get up and go get some? Alright, so we do have comics to talk about today besides the main thesis, the idea that we're going to be exploring today. Something I've been waiting for a very long time for, and something I discovered and really appreciated the creator and how he was selling his work, his enthusiasm for the work, the business model he was going for, all that fun stuff. So, we're going to hit that first. Alright, so, if you folks saw, I don't know, most of you find me through Twitter, so you might have seen this post. It was a mail day post. But I got some really cool stuff in. Thursday? I don't remember what day it was. Friday? Thursday? I feel like Thursday. So this, and I have not done anything with it yet. But I really want to show off this cover because the picture I showed does not do this cover justice. It's fucking cool. And so I'm hoping the story inside, keeps up with it. And honestly, so here's the thing. There's a couple ways to make a quality comic. Skip track. Okay. It was busy listening to the previous sentence. I didn't give it enough time. Alright. There's a couple ways to make a quality comic in collaboration. And then, of course, you have the other way, whereas you do all of it, right? Very possible, very cool. And I always like those expressions because they're so central. They're not... it's a sniper shot instead of a scatter shot, right? Compared to a lot of collaborations. But to manage a successful collaboration, I have some experience with it. I would like to say I'm not just bullshitting, but that's up to you folks to judge. I can't say. But the talent that you're able to work with and their skill, also the tonality and moods you choose to express your work, especially if you're a writer who's hiring talents to put out work, right? That's the same thing I do. I like to think, and from what I've found in my experience in reading independent crowdfunding comics, you can kind of tell a lot about the creator's goals, a good chunk of their personality, by who and what kind of work actually comes out of the collaborations. And, don't judge a book by its cover, so maybe we'll look at the interior art as well. But this is Elixir, Last Days of Death by Armin Nassim. Really, I met the creator through Draw and Talk. Really appreciated his enthusiasm for the medium and his drive to put out comics consistently. I went in, checked out the campaign page, and I liked the art. The guy sold me all the way around. So just look at this cover. This beautiful watercolor and very tight line work. I had not taken the time to actually appreciate this cover yet. We've got 8 figures on the cover. That's a lot to ask. And sometimes can get very muddled. I don't think this does it. I believe we have our villain in the middle. I mean, that's what it conveys to me. We might have other villains around it. We have our hero here. And I think we have a heroine here. And possibly some kind of mid-ground right here. Tell all that from the cover, which of course you don't judge. Don't judge a book by its cover. In comics, if it's mainstream or a collaborative effort that has a lot of variants, don't judge the book by a cover. Please don't. But if it's a single expression from a dedicated team, you can judge a little bit. As I was saying, it shows a lot about the personality and the talents and what they're willing to invest into a series to get something done, how much their heart was in the work. You can see a lot of that, right? You can see that through variants as well, but you better really like that cover, because that's all you're guaranteed, right? So let's look at the interiors of this and see. I haven't read it yet. Once I read it, I will be putting on a IronVerse quickie about it. I did promise the guy. And honestly, I'm interested. Paper quality's good. It's on par with what I do with Jack's, a little thicker maybe even. Which, positives and negatives to thick cardstock. Pak Kwan is the incredible line artist. Oh, line work's great. Oh, okay. Oh, man, this is going to be a good quickie. First page, man, I got something to say without it. Okay, so there's a couple ways to do 9-panel spreads. It's a lot better than the 3-3-3 method that you see basically all over mainstream. It's just so easy and so dull. But a 9-panel spread first page is oh man, it better be good when I read it. Let's look at the line art. It's pretty. It's pretty. It's clean. It's emotional. It's evocative. So I'm excited. I don't want to spoil it, so I'm not going to flip through it too hard. The cover didn't mislead so much. Does it list a separate cover artist? I feel like... Colors. So I believe it was also Pak Kwan, which I appreciate. I don't mind, and I've done it myself, I don't mind if you do like a variant colorist, which you can kind of tell they did here because of the beautiful choices. But compared to the interior, which has a more grounded feel, a less painterly, emotional feel, which is a good choice to do for a cover. I don't mind variant cover colorists as much as you selling me a different line artist on the cover. That one bothers me a lot more. Would I have liked the whole book on the interior to be this cover's colors? Honestly, no. Would have been too floaty panel to panel for me, so I'm also glad they went with a more grounded, still fantasy palette that they chose, but it's certainly more grounded. Okay, yeah. I can just, without reading, this thing is packed full of panels. This artist had a lot of work to make clear, so I'm only going to know if it worked and if it didn't break up the pacing by reading it. But right off the bat, like, that's just boom! If I was the editor, I would have been like, ooh, can you condense this at all? Give me bigger, more impactful moments and less fitting clockwork together. But I don't know. That's the beautiful thing about comics is that you don't know until you actually dive into the work if the choices were great or not. Unless you've got some really shitty line art or some really bad lettering. And that right away, like, I didn't notice the lettering. I noticed the paneling, which again was doing really good for the choices, but the amount of paneling, we'll see. But beautiful crowdfunded book, delivered so goddamn quickly. Forgot it was even coming, which is great. When I actually start expecting a book and it's been forever, that's when there's a problem. But this thing came in very quickly. I think he only runs the campaigns for like 2 weeks, and I think within that time they're already printed and ready to go. I mean, the guy is a machine. So if I like this, from the actual comic standpoint, I'm going to be way happy and 100% on board with this guy's work. If I don't like it as a comic standpoint, I will make it very clear in my in my quickie where they can improve from my perspective. But very stoked how quickly this came in. Like, that's very cool, and it looks good. we'll see. Came with a couple prints. Always appreciate that. One on thinner cardstock with the cover colorist, I believe, doing the colors. Pretty little image. Appreciate that. Thicker cardstock. Pretty demon lady. At least I assume. I don't know. Could be a fae, which, depending on the yeah. And came with this neato chibi keychain. See it better on this side. Yeah. Yes. Neato chibi keychain. Appreciate that. This was really cool. First thing I've ever won on Twitter, and it got me a follow from an extraordinarily well-known and very talented, respected comic book professional, which is really cool. Like, out of all the chances I could have won things I've entered on Twitter, this was a damn fine one to have won. What's this? Ooh. It even came with I didn't even look at the back of it. It came with a certificate of authenticity. Oh, that's fucking nice. What is this? Spider-Man #1. Signed by John Romita Jr. JR's return to Spider-Man. This is the newest comic I possess, by far, unless you count crowdfunded stuff like I just showed you. This is the newest mainstream comic I possess. It did come with a certificate of authenticity, also signed by JR, which is fucking cool. It was cool that they showed that. The fact that his social media manager, only follows like 20 people, and now I'm one of them. It's kind of nice. I love JR's work on so much in Marvel. So very much. It was just a neat thing I entered on a whim. Yeah. That's so cool. It's so cool. And it shipped so quickly. And it's my only, signed comic by somebody of the team. I have a Punisher graphic novel, Punisher Max graphic novel signed by, Ray Stevenson, the guy who played him in Punisher Warzone, the movie. But besides that, maybe a couple crowdfunded comics came with signatures that I'm not remembering. But from an established, well-known comic pro, this is it. I'm pretty stoked. I want to read it, but at the same time, I don't want to open it. It's one of the few comics I have like that, so that was really cool. I'm super happy about that. There's no reason they in the present, they even they went out of their way. They didn't put a number on it in terms of out of, right? Because they don't know how many more of these he's gonna sign. But that's so cool. That was a neat. I needed some kind of random chaos gift recently, and that was a good one. So I was stoked about that. And then we got something else really, really cool that I've been waiting. I mean, it was overdue. But they adapted as they went. It was his first time doing this, and this is one of my biggest inspirations in terms of being an independent cartoonist. I'm not a cartoonist, but that kind of inspiration. So I work in that medium, right? And so I take inspiration from all kinds of people. Even more so when they're doing so much more than I'm able to. Again, cartooning, right? People will know his series Bone, hopefully quite well. It is an amazing fantasy tale with so much heart and humor and just story behind it actually getting to where it is now. That is just damn inspirational, folks. Damn inspirational.
So, this is his latest effort.
I think he's working on a new Bone series as we speak. I've been seeing some paneling and posts up on there. But it's not just his latest series. I also got something that I didn't have of his with it that was kind of cool and came in a condition I didn't expect. So, we're talking about Bone. We're talking about Jeff Smith. So, came with these 4 very nice, solid prints as well, which I didn't expect. I think that was just an extra gift. Howdy, Arno. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Let me see. Is desktop audio even on? No, it is not. So you can't hear Robot Lady. I could, though. Alright, Robot Lady is now back. So, you missed talking about Elixir by Armin Nazim. Crowdfunded comic I got in. Beautiful looks. I opened it and it's a bit panel heavy. We'll see if it worked or not. You missed the wonderful giveaway I won from John Romita Jr., which was a signed Spider-Man #1, which is pretty cool and came with a
Arno
certificate of
Lopez
authenticity. Pretty neat.
said, "Aw dang white frowning face."
But now we were talking about Jeff Smith and the latest thing I got in from him the same day. So, I was showing the bone prints that I didn't expect. It came with, what, four bone prints, which is very cool. I love bone. I was talking about, like, its story. Not only is an amazing tale, super heartfelt, great for all ages. It's deep enough for adults to get something really cool out of it, and magic and fun enough for kids to enjoy it and then pass it on. It's one of those stories that you
Arno
can
Lopez
perpetuate
said,
through generations.
"Boo-hoo-hoo-hun." Laughing face.
Here's another bone print. It's a fun one. And then the last bone print that it came with. I wasn't expecting the prints with this. I think it was part of him making up for the late delivery. So this was his first crowd-funded effort. We're talking about Tukey. And I'll show you Tukey here in a second. And so they were Cartoon Books Inc., I believe is his label that, puts out all his stuff. They were learning on the fly. They handled it professionally, and of course, like they did right there. They gave that. I got this little Tukey pin as well, which I don't think I was expecting. I just was expecting the books. And so once they knew that the book 2 wasn't going to be delivered on time simply because of production, they took a hit and they decided to ship out all the book 1s right away. So I've had book 1 for a while. I read Tukey as soon as I got the digital, because I love Jeff Smith, his pacing, what he chooses, how he chooses to write. Always wonderful choice. Always just a beautiful experience. He always picks a great thesis to what he's writing, and how he explains it and moves it through. Wonderful. So I really enjoyed this. And also, that is a unique presentation for a comic. It's really cool. It's kind of hard to shelf, but that's how it
Arno
goes.
Lopez said,
Bone! Yes. And so, I couldn't recommend Tukey Fight for Fire enough as soon as I read it. And I was totally fine waiting for him to be able to express book 2 correctly, instead of making all the folks who helped fund these 2 books wait for both books to be delivered at the same time. So they decided to take that hit on shipping and ship them separately to folks, which I really appreciated. They looked at the situation, decided how best to serve their fans, and that is the only thing I can really ask for from such a small company with such a big heart, right? So I finally got in recently. I can't wait to read it. I haven't read it yet, so we're not even going to open this one. This book 2, Fight for Family. I believe it finishes what Jeff wanted to say with Tukey, and so I'm really excited about that. Tukey is a prehistory exploration of early man with a bit of mysticism built into it, which I love. I'm a big fan, and how he approaches mysticism I really appreciate. It's something I saw in Bone, but in this he really leaned into into shamanism, and I'm always impressed. I'm gonna say it as I say it, when magicians take up a certain type of art. And this is how he does his magic, and I love experiencing it, and I'm so glad he stayed so independent and so vibrant with his work. It sucks his Bone Netflix deal fell through because they couldn't afford it, or whatever the justification was. People need to experience Bone. I think if they saw more animation of it, they would just jump all over it. The 9-volume journey is incredible. But Tukey, man, Tukey, please check it out if you haven't. It's incredible. I don't know if volume 2 is available yet, because I don't know if it's delivered to everybody because it's so recent. But I believe
Arno
volume 1
Lopez
is available through Cartoon Books.
said,
Please check it out.
"Magics."
Magics indeed.
Laughing face.
And so there was one other Jeff Smith thing that I didn't have that was available through Cartoon Books
Arno Lopez
and this crowdfunder.
said, Netflix needs to take some risks. Man.
Yeah, I know.
Face without mouth.
Bone wasn't a risk either, man. Unless the team behind it really was ignoring Jeff and just wanted the IP, which doesn't make sense to Bone. Bone's not that big. Like it wouldn't carry so much weight while you change it. Like Star Wars can carry so much weight, and you can change whatever the theses were, right? Bone, not so much. So yeah, I don't know. But this will work. There was one other work of Jeff Smith's that I didn't have that I had to get with Tukey. And I didn't expect it to come in such a nice format. This is a beautiful, hardcover, thick-ass version of Razzle, which I think is his most adult work he's put out. And I haven't checked it out yet. I haven't. It's about an art thief, and it goes crazy as far as I'm aware. It goes like extra dimensional. And I'm super excited to see what this is about. As it says, it is a Will Eisner Award winner, which is great. Good for Smith. But I didn't expect it's a very quality book. It's on par with the Fist of the North Star manga volumes I've been getting, which is really cool. I think those are some of the best presentation of sequential art I've had, so it says a lot about this. I'm excited to dive into it. Jeff Smith, incredible creator. Please support him. He's never jumped in and flown much of a flag. Scholastic for a little bit, which that's not a bad flag to fly. Trying to get kids to read, like, that's not a bad flag to fly. And Cartoon Books, and that's it, man. I think he's published under Image here and there to get a wider distribution, and I think he did a Shazam story, a Captain Marvel story of Monster Society of Evil or something like that, which I had 2 volumes of a long time ago, but it was the last 2, so I didn't really read it. But I really, but I think that's it. And so the guy, like, he sailed his own ship and survived for so very long, and he's done some really amazing work out of it. So please check out Tukey. Check out Bone if you haven't. Check out Razzle if you want something a bit more adult. But support the guy. Incredible talent. Incredible talent that I want to stick
Arno
around and keep
Lopez
making work.
said, Oh. I loved that one.
Oh, you read Razzle. Don't tell me. Don't tell me anything about it. I want to dive in fresh-faced. But I'm glad. I've heard nothing but praise. All of his work, I've heard nothing but praise. And every time I've dove into it, I've loved it. So, I love hearing that. And again, it's a rare thing to see somebody who can sail their own ship for so long on their own terms and do as well as they have and keep doing it. That's very, very rare. Most folks can do it once, do it twice maybe. But after that, they have to find some way to compensate. But he hasn't. He hasn't. And to capitulate or to sell better their soul. I don't think Jeff has ever. And that's been incredible to see. So I from that standpoint, I love his work. From his work's actual quality, I love his work. I love the stories he chooses to tell. So please support that if you haven't already. Cartoon Books Inc. Dive on in, see if any of it sounds fun. I recommend Bone. That's like the one. But Tukey has been incredible for me. Like it's just that extra layers.
Arno Lopez
Really appreciate.
said, Actually I meant Shazam.
Oh,
Monster Society of Evil.
Copy.
Laughing face.
Copy. Good, I'm glad. Again, I have heard nothing but good. And I don't think they liked how he did something, because he didn't come back, did he? Did he see ever? So there's probably something about his own terms that just didn't gel with the corporate structure. But I'm glad he got to do something. And if he was going to work on any superhero, man, Captain Marvel, Shazam, still bothers me. Was right. Billy Batson was the right character to jump onto. Billy Batson. That's correct. We'll go with that. This is just perfect expression for him. So, that was kind of the mail day I had a while back and posted a picture of. I didn't want to do all the opening video stuff. It was a rough day that day, and that was a good reward, but I didn't have the verbosity and the actual excitement to do a good mail day opening video. So I was just like, I'll open the stuff, take some pictures, and show my gratitude to these wonderful creators. Everyone I've talked about today, like, they're incredible and worth checking out. And we're going to talk about another set of another set of folks that are very much worth your support, but that, from the title of this video, I do have something to say about. Because it's the first time I've noticed anything like this with their work. I've been a massive supporter since I could get a hold of their work. I owe the artist and co-creator of this series. He gave Jack his first published appearance, physically published appearance in a Chuck Dixon book, of all places. Wonderful set of folks, just incredible people. But like, this is the first time I have to be I have to bring up some things that I doubt they'll hear this or pay attention to it. But if I don't say it, I'm doing them and myself a disservice. So we're gonna get to that. Now at least somebody's here to hear it. It's about the right time. I was kind of stalling with the mail day stuff, to be honest, but it was good stuff to talk about. We're talking about comics, right? I guess I can talk about the other thing that I've been ongoing reading as well, just to stall for a minute or two more, see if anybody else will pop in. Because I did try and also make this kind of clickbaity title, because it's a clickbaity topic I want to talk about. But I've been reading, and I'm almost done.
David Schmeling
Oh, howdy.
said,
There we go, see?
"Howdy.
Just stall for a
How
second,
are
it
you
works.
doing? And many greetings to everyone around."
Thank you.
Smiley face.
Mr. Schmeling.
David Schmeling said, asterisk how.
Ow. Alright, so, we finished a mail day talk about some awesome crowdfunded stuff I got in recently. Jeff Smith's work. I'm going to reiterate that again. If you're supporting creators like Jeff Smith, you're supporting creators like me. And I know that's very arrogant to say, but the path he's walked is a very similar path to what I want to walk in terms of the business and the expression. He's much better at it. No fucking question. But it's a rarity to see people able to walk that path, sail their own ship.
Arno Lopez said, "Hi David."
Right on.
Laughing face.
Eventually, I'm going to have to switch the Robo Lady to lower amounts of saying things. But for now, this is alright. I just got to learn to compensate for her butting in all the time. Alright, so you just showed up to the last thing I'm going to talk about, which is what I've been ongoingly read and kind of what is contrasting against what the main topic of today is. And I can talk about why, actually, pretty distinctly, because there's a... Well, you'll see. All right, so this is what I've been reading lately, and I know it's the violent horror soap opera, but fuck, do I love it! I've loved it forever. I've loved the anime, and I want to dive in any of these anime that I've been exposed to that have manga. I've been trying to get a hold of the manga because I've been wanting to see what that original expression from the creator is that led to that success, right? And man, this has been beautifully paced. Some of the
David Schmeling
comedy doesn't hit as hard as it could.
Good old times.
But the interplay, the juxtapositions, the beats, the flow, the panel action. Sometimes I am completely blown away by what her and her assistants were able to pull off in a panel. And then sometimes, like a lot of mangaka, there's corners cut, right? And so finding that balance of like, this panel needs to be extraordinary, and then finding the balance of like, well, I can let this one be a little bit more floaty, a little looser, right? Again, I'm not an artist, but I think it's important, even as where I am in these creative endeavors, to understand when, right? If nothing else, so I can work on my own flow. Because there's a good chance that you can put, I don't know, 10 hours into a panel because you really think it's going to land and it needs to be that beautiful to you as a creator, but then the reader spends 5 seconds on it and moves on, right? whereas you do a very loose panel, and the reader spends a minute or two trying to figure out what it was doing, right? Both are bad. Neither of those were the right choice to make. And if I understand that, at least as an editor role that I try and do for at least our work, I've done it for a couple other folks. I think it's a good skill to have. So that's one of the things I pay attention with this. But I'm in this is the 3-in-1-8, so that would be I'm on volume 24 of this in a couple weeks, right? I could just sit down and read a chapter in 2 to 5 minutes. It's why I prefer manga. And I hate to say that. I love Western comics. Western comics made me fall in love with sequential art. What Western comics chooses to excel at, when it excels at it, it can blow manga away. But it's rare that they choose to excel at what it can excel over manga. Yeah. So, been reading this, loving it, totally recommend it. These Vizbig 3-in-1s or the other volumes, though, are getting really hard to find. They did not print enough of this. Towards the end, there's 2 volumes that are incredibly expensive. That I was able to snag one for about half of what it usually goes for, but the other one's like $400, and it's just, I'm not going to be able to complete this set for a very long time. It sucks, but it is what it is. So yeah, if there's a manga series you want, like now or possibly never, it seems like, just heads up. Unless it's like a big meme one, like Berserk ended up becoming, and so Dark Horse really leaned into it. And even those hardcover big ones are becoming difficult to get a hold of. I also did snag Berserk recently, which is nice. Everything but the last 3 volumes. And then that volume 41 isn't even out in English yet, so... But main thesis of today, which we will be contrasting, so this is a Mera manga. It's what I'm going to call it. People probably hate that term because it's as old as Japanimation, right? It's a very old term, but it is how I feel about a lot of the stuff Antarctic Press has put out. And these folks have worked with Antarctic Press pretty consistently, but now they're known more for their independent label, Iconic Comics. I want to talk
David
about this
Schmeling
before we jump in.
said, "You definitely make different decisions regarding the panels and page layout when you work entirely on your own, as opposed to with a team to split up production steps."
Exactly, and so yeah, when you have that more cartoonist approach, where it's very much more intimate to the individual, which most mangaka have more of a cartoonist approach than Western comics, which is often, and I would say more widely, especially in the mainstream, and like the mainstream indie like Image and Dark Horse, is often collaborative, like massively collaborative, not just a mangaka's vision and their assistants collaborative, but a you know, a colorist, a letterer, an editor, you know, a whole bunch of different roles. So yeah, you can see that, and that's another reason I appreciate Jeff Smith. He is a cartoonist. He has that singular expression, so he knows how to pace and flow. Whereas a lot of collaborative efforts can get lost in the reeds. And that's a good jumping off point. Kamen America, Volume 5. I am a massive supporter of Iconic Comics. Their professionalism, the quality of work they've consistently put out, their dedication to providing readers and customers the best value they can, both in, you know, releasing these nice, solid, long-lasting hardcovers for a bare bones price. Fucking killer. The ideals, and again, I'm going to use the term thesis again, the points of the stories usually are just wonderful resonances that you don't get in comics. And a lot of them are very much Western ideals. That they're presenting through, again, a Mera manga lens. It leans towards, in paneling and character depiction, it very much leans towards manga. But in terms of pacing and writing, it is very much Western comics. And never have, and this is the point, never have I felt this more than Kamen America Volume 5. The first third of the book was a slog for me, and I hate saying that. I loved Kamen America. I've never had any of the Iconic Comics work that I've picked up from Timothy Lim and Mark Pellegrini feel like a slog before. there's a few that I've started, and it's just like, I can't read this right now. But then the next time I picked it up, I tore through it. This one, I tried to pick up multiple times, read through the intro, you know, first third again and again, and it was just so... It got lost in the reads for me. And that is, again, very difficult for me to say. Again, because I really support these folks. But at the same time, like, if I don't
David
talk
Schmeling
about it...
said,
I don't
"The
know if
team of
anybody's gonna
Kamen
be-
America is amazing. Their success is absolutely deserved.
I agree.
Thumbs up sign."
I agree. And that's why I don't want this to be perceived as taking a swing. And why I titled this, and the dangers of winning. Funnily enough, once I got through that first third of this, boom, back to Kamen America, tore right through it, loved it. But the first third of it was, again, it was a slog for me. Like, there was something missing. There wasn't much payoff in the first third. Like, there wasn't much reason to read that first third. I think there was character building. There was world building. It's the same mistake I made in issue 2. Is why I'm kind of bringing this up. There was a lot said that maybe didn't need to be said. And that hasn't been a thing with their work that I've noticed. Black Hops or Kamen America hasn't been a thing I've noticed. And then there was some, wasn't clunky dialogue, but it was, again, it was a little much. It was, it messed with the flow, it messed with the pacing, it made me less likely to dig my teeth into it and tear through the work. Again, that's why I like manga. Is usually it's about one idea, sometimes one sentence per panel. I know that it's a different types of creative process. I know it's a very different kind of approach to the same medium, but I find that much more rewarding and much more entertaining as a reader, right? Like, so whatever thesis you're trying to put forward, whatever ideas or thoughts you're trying to put forward, they're going to be better absorbed by the reader if it's not work to get through, right? As the first time, it felt a little bit like work. Again, it's not the whole book at all. It's the first third at most. It might even be like the first quarter. But it was enough that I felt like I had to push through. That's why I did this more. I pushed through. And it was incredible by the end of it. It was totally worth your time. But this is the first time I saw like a chink in the armor. Right? And I feel like I owe it to these folks who I appreciate so much, who have been exceedingly kind to my work. Just overall, Iconic Comics have been exceedingly kind to what I do. When I notice a better execution of the same mistake I've made before, if I don't bring it up, you know, I'm doing a disservice. And that's what I noticed in this. Now, I don't expect that at all with Black Ops X Kamen America X Soul Finder, which is their next work coming out in a couple weeks to pre-order. Totally check that out. I don't expect that at all. Their last crossover book, Black Ops X Kamen America, fucking beautiful. Just pacing, the ideas they put forward, the action, everything. Beautiful. Again, artistically, this is great.
Arno Lopez said,
Yes.
"Yup, I can feel that."
They are leaning heavier into sex appeal than they used to, which I get. That's always been part of Kamen America, no question. But now it's getting to the point that it's noticeable. Like, it's not just fan service at a surface level. It's fan service in your face, which some people will really, really appreciate that. I'm not that kind of reader. I like a pretty lady like anybody, but if it's enough to get in the way of what the panel was talking about, which only happened once, and it was part of a joke. It was a joke.
David Schmeling said, "This is something happening to many comics or manga. There can be a slow pace or less interesting topics at some point until it ramps up again. It might naturally happen to especially longer stories."
That's what I'm thinking, right?
Arno Lopez said, "Beautiful ladies mean nothing if the writing and plot isn't the main focus."
I agree, Arno, and that's been the thing, right? Like, my work, with Maxi Dallo, he doesn't do pretty ladies. He's got a gruff. Everyone he draws feels lived in. Is the best way to put it. Right? They've had a life. It's rough. It's not a plastic mannequin. Kamen America, they put the life into it via the dialogue, via the stories they're expressing, via the panel to panel, especially the manga influenced panels where they do the ridiculous faces and exaggeration, right? So that's how they do that, while still the world feels a bit plastic. And not in a bad way. There's nothing wrong with a plastic world. It means that there's a direct forged feel to it. I like rough edges. I like lived in worlds. I like people that feel like they've gone through hell. Carly, she definitely has gone through some shit. But you wouldn't know that from how she looks. And that's fine. It's just a different choice. But again, if it's only one time and it was a joke panel, and I think it was supposed to contrast to the joke. But it was noticeable. It's like, oh, well, you just got a lady bent over and showing her ass right there. 100%. That's all you're doing right there. Oh, but she's snoring and talking in her sleep. Okay. Didn't work for me. A lot of people it will work for. This is approaching comics in a way I cannot and don't want to, which is that sex appeal. Nothing wrong with it. Again, it's not my bag. But for a vast majority of comic book readers, hell yeah, it's their bag, and it is a smart move. So that same panel that like took me out could keep somebody in, right? It's just a different person. So like that's not a bad choice. It's just a flavor I don't like, right? So for me, that's what that did. Compared to the writing in that first, I'm gonna say quarter, which was felt sloggy to me. That's more universal, and I'm hoping maybe it was just me being nitpicky, and a lot of people were able to just tear through this. But again, if I didn't bring up again that I noticed, even though the expression was much better, it wasn't as bad of the same mistake that I've made. If I didn't bring up, it'd be a disservice to the series and to how much I appreciate these folks. So I thought I'd bring that up. I recommend reading Kamen America. It's fucking incredible. It is one of the most consistent and fun independent creator-owned titles being put out right now. The team is not only trustworthy with your money, but they deliver exceedingly quickly. If you join the Kamen America community, you will consistently be fed amazing work. You can't say that for most creator-owned works. Even the big folks like most of them, again, I spoke about this earlier with Jeff Smith, most of them find a way to compromise. So Todd McFarlane, he's compromised. He puts out a lot of cool titles. He does a whole bunch of other stuff. He does the toys. He does directing. He does a whole bunch of different stuff. That was his compromise. Jeff Smith,
Arno Lopez
did not compromise.
Said, all too true, man.
Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini, they also do not compromise. And with that approach, and they bring it up in Volume 5, which is another reason why I had to talk about it. Because one of the main theses in this one is if you're built by grassroots, how long do you hold on to that when given opportunities to be bigger? And I think that was part of why I also titled this The Dangers of Winning. Because they're thinking about it in this. Maybe not from the same perspective I am, which is victory breeds complacency. And since this is the first time I noticed a chink in the armor, and I noticed that they're thinking about the ideas there, right? It all came full circle in me. It's like, if I don't talk about this, I'm doing a disservice. Again, I don't expect quality to decline. I don't think this is like a red flag that everything's going. No. We're all human is all that this was. And the stay hungry, and to keep building strength, you have to stay humble. And I don't think that's something that's happening to these folks. But, and as a term I don't use lightly, but I do see any success, any actual fandom that's being built up. And I know that these folks don't like the term fans. They like customers. They like a couple other terms, readers in particular, which is what I prefer as well. But they are getting fans, which attaches to fanatics, which often are, and this is the word I don't use lightly, sycophants. People who believe and will always believe you can do no wrong. And that's so dangerous. And that's the dangers of winning. Even if you keep winning, that danger becomes greater, right? And that I noticed a chink in the armor. And that the plot involved considering what you're willing to do to grow. All of that came together in just one thing. I had to talk about it. And so I have. There is no shade here. I can only hope to achieve even a modicum percentage of the professionalism, delivery, and quality that these folks have put out. Like, I'm lucky if I can put out a single floppy a year with what my intent is, which doesn't give me much time to actually learn directly like these folks can. And that's also why I had to bring it up. On the very small chance that either of the creatives in this see this, again, I owe it to them
Arno
for what they've meant
Lopez
to me and
said,
what their work means to
same,
indie comics.
laughing face.
To say something, and so I did. It's again, it's not a red flag. It's a from me, and it's something that I felt was important to say, because I know this series is important to a lot of people for a lot of reasons. You read Kamen America #1, the whole be yourself no matter what society is telling you to be, super important. There's a lot of whatever society or convention is telling you to be, even if you want to be something that's conventional. And that was a big part of it. It's like, there's nothing wrong with leaning into tradition if that's what you want to lean into, but make sure it's from your heart. That was super important. I love Kamen America 1 for that. There's a lot of, again, thesis that they hit that are incredible. This one was grassroots versus global versus corporate, right? That was a big part of the later three quarters of this. But the first quarter of it was setting up a romance, which again might serve for some people, doesn't serve for me. There was again that gratuitous fan service that for me was gratuitous. For others was like, yeah, it was a good panel. Artwork's great. The paneling, I never have any confusion. There's some manga where like the paneling is terrible. Even if the flow is alright, the paneling breaks it, right? Never a problem with Timothy Lim. Lettering, same thing, never a problem. Western comics say a lot more than manga, literally. They tend to have more words. Tend to. That's, again, different creators, different expressions. This is on average. And so this is a quintessential expression of American manga where it's trying to fuse the best aspects from both. And the first quarter of this did not succeed in that, in my opinion. But the rest of it was incredible. So it's again, I had to say something. That's all. Again, I felt like I'd be doing a disservice to the community that this work has fostered, because it is an incredible community, if I didn't say something about that, because all I'm seeing is praise. And do they deserve it? Absolutely. Are there chinks in the armor? This one time so far for me, yes. is that a red flag? Should you be looking out? Are they gonna get what? I don't think so at all. I think we're all fucking human. And we're all learning every day. And they have an opportunity with how wonderful they
David
do their
Schmeling
work to
said,
fucking buff
I
that
think
chink
the
out
difference
right away.
between good and bad stories is that good stories will frequently bring the naturally appearing lower moments in the writing back up to their higher level.
Exactly. And this did that. It wasn't like again, it was not a bad work at all. It was amazing work. Again, the last 3 quarters or so are exactly what I expect from Kamen America, which is extreme quality in both storytelling, pacing, artistry, delivery, all that. But the first, for me, it was a slog. And so, again, I just felt it was important. Whether or not like anybody else hears this or agrees with me, that didn't really matter for me. This was a very selfish thing, because if I had not said something, I would have felt it, because it means something to me. And I know this work means quite a lot to those 2 individuals. And winning is dangerous. And I don't think that that's something that's occurring. I think it's something that could occur. That's all. And I'm excited for Kamen America X Black Ops X Soul Finder. I'm very curious. The teaser at the end of this got me interested. If you're reading Rags Volume 8 had a similar teaser at the end of it. We're having one of the coolest independent universal merges in creator-owned comics maybe I've ever seen. I can't think of another group of folks who did so from such a grassroots build. The closest was the original Image push, but that was not grassroots. That was mainstream pros not being taken care of and saying, fuck it, we can do it better ourselves. And I disagree. I think they were definitely able to do some art. They made a company that has allowed a lot of awesome people to get work out into the world and make a living making their art, which is one of the greatest gifts a human can give another human. But their original work, Wildcats, a lot of their stuff was artistically, there's some cool pages, and that's the best I can say about it, right? They were not writers, they were not plotters, they were artists, and you could feel that. This, however, is a bunch of independent folks who appreciate what each other do and are building something fucking incredible. And I'm just happy to be so close to able to observe it. And I feel it's a duty. It's one of my responsibilities in this to talk about what I see. Both good and bad. In my opinion, if I have to slog through something, that's not a good thing. And so that was part of it. But again, it's just like the first, at most third likely quarter of this book. So it wasn't even a massive percentage of it, but it was enough. It was enough to bring up. And so when I'm reading things that can so easily pull me in, panel to panel, page to page, that I can sit through and read something like this in a couple hours because I'm just sitting there loving it. And then I compare it to something where I actually have to work. That's where it really stands out to me. And it may stand out more to me than many, many, many others, and that's okay. But I wanted to talk about it. So that was the main point of all this. There's not much else for me to talk about now. Again, check out Kamen America. Start with Volume 1, and you'll see why people love this series so very, very, very much. If Kamen America for fan service and maybe you're not a lady superhero guy, check out Black Ops. It's a ton of fun. If you're not a animal soldier kind of guy, well, then I don't know if Iconic Comics is going to fuel you, but you do have a couple other options. Arc Athena from Eric Canetti's more classic superhero fare with a fucking bitchin' art style. Soul Finder is religious, supernatural
Arno
fair
Lopez
with very cool
said,
stuff. Check them out.
Indeed,
Um,
David, laughing face.
And I believe there's more coming through Iconic Comics as goes. I know there's a horror tale, Long Harbor. I don't know. Long Harbor was an interesting addition to Iconic Comics in a lot of ways. Because I don't know what it's doing there. Except for maybe they wanted a horror title with awesome art. And that it is. Storytelling wise, I don't know. Future of the title, I don't know. The creators, I don't know. So it's hard for me to talk to that, but it is a very horrifically beautiful looking book. So if that's your thing, check them out there too. But very cool company. Totally recommend checking it out. But first time in, again, 5 volumes of Kamen America, and I think almost as much Black Hops, that I found such a glaring chink in the armor. So it is what it is. I had to say it. Love the issue nonetheless, but that's that was the point. That was the point of all of it. Again, there's not much else to say. I don't have much else to do on this Cody Cody Comics, Cody Coffee. That was the point, talking about Kamen America, and then I stalled for a while talking about some other awesome stuff I got in that hopefully I'll talk about at some point. The funk? Okay. It heard that somehow. Something I said there. From a spot heard that. Interesting. Yeah. I'm glad I did that. I try and have some point to these. And that was an important. Not much else we can do. I mean, I could set up for a couple other things. No new news on Jack 4 except for the contracts are signed, so it is happening. Right? Like, it's been happening, but like, the legalities are in motion, so that's nice. But yeah, like no actual further art to show.
Arno Lopez said,
yes, face, surprised face. Playing Elden Ring. Oh, okay, still thinks I'm playing Elden Ring on Twitch. Sorry, folks, I'm not playing Elden Ring on Twitch right now. Oh, if you folks haven't caught that, I had a ton of fun. So I did my first challenge stream, first video game challenge stream. God, I don't even know when. It was the last stream.
Arno
I did,
Lopez said, Jack
yes,
laughing face.
Yes, Jack Fu. It's coming. It's coming. It's my favorite script I've ever written. It's not the scariest script. It's the funnest script I've written. 5 is the scariest script I've ever written in terms of, like, I am so intimidated by it. But if I get it right, it's going to be I don't have to make any more Jack if I can get number 5 out. I want to, and there's so much more to say, but 5 is, like, it boils down everything. And if it's the last I get to make, I will die happy. 4 is like, okay, I need to show that I've learned through 1 through 3. 3 was my first time, like, being able to show that I learned. And there were still rough patches. 4 is like, okay, now I know what these rough patches are. I've learned more. How do I show these folks this and give them an entertaining book while delivering a thesis that I need to deliver? That is relevant not only to Jack, but to what I'm doing with Jack. So I'm super excited to see how people take it. But yeah, we'll see. I really do love Jack 4's script. Maxie's pages that he's delivering are incredible as always. So as production continues, we'll get into that. But yeah, if you didn't catch the last stream I did, it was my first video game challenge stream. I called it Elden the Ring. Bare Fist Challenge or something. Basically where I beat the tutorial level in Elden Ring with nothing but the character's bare hands. Which was, it took a long time at the beginning, but then you get to the tutorial boss, Soldier of Godric. that took about 2.5 hours to get through, but I did it. So if you want to have fun, like there's a lot of stupid stuff I did that stream. I think it was the most fun I had with a stream for
Arno
a very long
Lopez
time. So please check it out if you're
said,
interested.
I love performing bare fist challenges.
That's what
Laughing
it was.
face.
That's what it was. I've also cut out a clip and put it on the channel if you just want to see the victory, the culmination of everything. Which is a bunch of stupid stuff that I did to prepare myself, let's say. Again, I had a lot of fun with that stream. I don't know if I'm going to continue it to see if I could get like Margit or something, because it is just the moment-to-moment gameplay stuff isn't difficult. It just takes forever. The boss stuff is difficult and takes forever, so that's where the challenge comes in, right? But the moment-to-moment stuff, to get strong enough to do anything, to level up, all that, man, it would take me like 20 hours to even get to a point where I could get to another boss, and I just don't feel like doing that. So I might not continue the Bare Fist Challenge, but if you appreciated the idea and stuff, please check it out. It's about a 10-minute video to beat him the final time. I'd like you to check that out. Just give thoughts. Appreciate it, because that was, again, a lot of fun. A lot of stupid, but a lot of fun. And I might do more challenge stuff. It didn't get like more views than other game stuff I do, so it wasn't like having the gimmick helped performance of the performance, but it certainly helped my investment and my enjoyment of it. So I might still frame a lot of the video game stuff I do in a challenge sense, but we'll see. Sometimes I just like to hang with you folks, right? And so I don't want to get rid of those either. Otherwise, I don't have any other streams planned this week. But let's see. I think I was invited to a stream on the 7th. I missed it though. The 8th at 6 EST. That'd be 4. I don't know what day. It's Wednesday.
Arno
I'll
Lopez
probably be on that.
said, yup.
Yoo-hoo,
Laughing
yep.
face.
Exactly.
Arno Lopez said, OL.
I'm gonna have to see that because Robot Lady did not pronounce that right. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So yeah, I'll probably be on Submarine Treehouse June 8th at 6 p.m. EST. That'll be fun. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna have to read this before then. Huh? Probably do the quickie before then too. Oh boy. That is the creator of this. That is his channel, Submarine Treehouse on YouTube. He does a bunch of cool creator interviews from all kinds of different independent creators, musicians, writers, comic creators. But so that'd be cool. I'm excited to meet him again. I really appreciated his enthusiasm for the work, because this is not easy work, and he fucking loves it, and it was so evident. And again, this cover is so cool. And then again, the interior art is beautiful. The paneling choices from the script, so I could feel that the artist definitely was cramming. I didn't read it, so I got to read it to see if it worked. But like, as a curse, if I was a mangaka editor, I would look at this nom, the storyboard, the name, the name, whatever it's called.
Arno Lopez.
I'd be like, can you
said,
condense any of this? So we'll see.
6 p.m. I live in California, so what time would that be for me?
Okay, so 6 p.m. EST is 4 p.m. my time. It's 2 hours, so I am Mountain Time. You folks are an hour further back, so that would be 3 p.m. Your time. Man, I've had to learn that, and I'm still terrible at it. Time zones, I've had to learn it so often for streams and for other professional work. And so I hope I have that right, but I believe you folks are an hour behind me. I'm an hour ahead of you, either way you want to phrase it. And EST is 3 hours ahead of you, 2 hours ahead of me. Yeah. And then there's overseas stuff, which I always have to look at.
Arno Lopez said, Okie dokie.
So yeah,
Laughing face.
At that time on Submarine Treehouse. Check that out. I haven't agreed to it yet on this, but I'll do it right away here soon. Because Especially if I read his work and I have any notes. It's nice to be able to tell folks that directly. It feels a little less snipey. Because if they disagree, they can fucking tell me right there. Or if they have a reason for it, they can tell me right there. And I can either agree with it or disagree. But it doesn't matter. It's the discussion of the art. Because there are no right ways or wrong ways to do comics. But there are certainly ways that are evident to readers that improve their experience. And there's different expressions of that. And I'm curious why. Because it's really easy to get in your own... reasons for creating, and that ends up being very directly in the work. And sometimes, like I did in issue number 2, you shove too much in there. And though a lot of people love issue 2, and I really appreciate those folks, I fucking adore issue 2. But I can glaringly see its rough edges, and they've been pointed out to me many times, and I've appreciated it. And I don't believe I've repeated that mistake. I couldn't completely like chop it off, right? With issue 3, I couldn't just get rid of that type of storytelling without it feeling extremely jarring and without me feeling fulfilled in what I wanted to say in those. But at the same time, like, yeah, hopefully issue 4 has actually ironed that
David
out
Schmeling
significantly.
said, "When it comes to paneling and decisions within the pages of a comic, I definitely learn on the fly right now. I hope my future work will show that I gradually learn from everything."
That's the fun
Laughing
part
face.
about sequential art right now. There are so many people doing it. I don't think anybody really talks about how many comic creators there are out there. I've talked about how almost fundamental it becomes to comics or sequential art as a medium. It perpetuates itself incredibly in that most people who become fans of comics, if they do not end up creating comics in some form or another, they have an idea. They've created something in their mind that's comics, right? Like if it's a Batman story they have in the back of their mind, or it's their own original character and journey they want to express, and then they eventually do express it in some way, because there's so many ways to do sequential art. It's incredible at perpetuating itself. Movies, it's a lot harder to make a movie, right? Just in terms of logistics and getting people set up, whatever. But then you get the independent expressions through, say, YouTube or whatever platform you can put out your own video content, like I'm doing right here. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's like putting out, I don't know, a scribble comic strip. But even then, there are some people who are incredibly good at doing those scribbly comic strips, right? So in that, though, again, like that, it perpetuates itself, I still think, better than any other medium, because of how inbuilt to storytelling and how feasible it feels as a person to create. Like, it's not this big glamorous goal. It's something manageable that has potential. And so we get so many people trying to do it. And my point on that was, when there's so many people out there doing it, there are so many opportunities to learn. That was my point with all of that. Is, as you said, learn from everything. Please do. Independent creators who are able to do things themselves, from the straight to underground level comics. There's so much you can learn from underground comics, all the way up to professional comics. There's so much to learn. So much to learn. Yeah. All right, Maestro. Yeah, he turned that off at some point. So I just hope I expressed myself and my thoughts on Kamen America Volume 5 in a way that people can learn from, whether or not Tim and Mark see this, which they probably won't. There's a chance Douglas Ernst sees it, which I really appreciate. He stops in once in a while.
David Schmeling said, "The fun I have is to see how everyone is starting out and how they improve, hence why I love to follow everyone that I currently discovered."
Oh man, so Twitter gets so much shit, and it deserves every bit more, to be fair. but it's the platform I understand the most because its chaos is manageable if you're willing to make some compromises to it, right? You're willing to hear shit you don't want to hear. You can find incredible things. My whole book, my whole comic journey has been built on that platform because of the potential to meet and interact and enjoy that's there. Yeah, there's so much other shit. There's so much just like destroy your soul level of content on there. But at the same time, there's some really fucking cool stuff and some amazing people. So you gotta take some risks and you gotta take some lumps to find some excellent stuff. Sometimes you gotta dig through the shit to find the diamond that cow ate, right?
Arno Lopez said, "When it comes to paneling and storytelling, I look to Dave Gibbons's and John Byrne's work for subtlety,
Yes,
Frank Quitely, and Burns' work for motion and action."
We've got a part 2 to this, and I want to hear it. But great choice, Dave Gibbons, for subtlety. Great choice. Very clear and very communicative, but not in your face. And that was a great way to express Dave Gibbons. Very smart. I like that. Frank Quitely, I know a little less. I do know John Byrne. I like his work quite a bit. For motion and action, I look to mangaka primarily, right? You go to Miura, right? Fucking A. You go to Rakawa. She was able to balance that quite well. Another guy I like for subtlety is Goran Pavlov. Or Palov? Goran Pavlov? It's gonna bug me if I don't say his name because I really appreciate him. He's probably my favorite Punisher Max artist. And there were some really good ones. But like what he's able to pull off, I really appreciate. One of my favorite artists, Goran Palov, I think. I don't think it's Pavlov. I think it's Palov. He's really good at subtlety as well, and he's got this sketchy style. Kind of reminds me of Maxie, so I'm a little biased. I think he's a little sketchier than Maxie. He doesn't ink like Maxie inks. He likes thinner, sketchier lines. Maxie likes thin, sketchy lines, but then he loves to just throw ink on a page, which I really appreciate because it adds that darkness and that grittiness and that roughness to it, the brush strokes, right? I do appreciate that. For subtlety, again, and Goran, he's definitely a guy I like for that. And then for unsubtlety, for just, not even for motion action, for the most creative and still communicative
Arno
paneling,
Lopez
Sam Keith
said, "Same. I look to his and Lee Bermeja's works for grit,
There you go.
laughing
there you go.
face."
But Sam Keith, if you're looking for paneling that's unique, like Sam never had any problems with round panels. He loves fisheye lenses. He loves curved panels. Like when I want to be entertained by how a comic page is structured in layout, of course he does crazy. I was going to say beautiful, but he does do pretty ladies. But if you want crazy art as well, Sam Keith. But in terms of like big noses, exaggerated features, like Sam Keith is a god at it. But in terms of like people, I don't hear people talk about his paneling enough. And I've never found somebody who panels like Sam Keith. And I fucking love how he panels. So many people are not as brave as him doing paneling. And I think it is understated. It is understated. Like his layouts are just so cool. Nobody else has the balls to do layouts like Sam Keith that I have found. There are some really cool layouts. If you've read We 3, super depressing book. I love it. It's my favorite Grant Morrison work. Nothing else comes close to me. We 3. But the artist on We 3, and I don't know his name, he did some incredible, it was boxy paneling, but how he dealt with space-time in paneling was incredible. He had panels that are one thing jumping into another panel to show movement over time, but through multiple... man, so cool. That was some very brave paneling. But I would still say Sam approaches it, Mr. Keith approaches it in almost... It's such a blunt way. Like, that was subtle, and it was creative and artistic. Sam's like, no, I want circles. It's just like this big middle finger to conventions of layout I just fucking love. Oh, man. Really respect Sam Keith for that. Yeah, he's not the greatest writer, but I really fucking love his art. Max is a really cool journey. It's a very unique journey, but he had help writing that, so I have like a little bit. And then he's worked with another individual on the thing I've read the most of his, which is Epicurus the Sage. But again, the paneling for that was incredible. You read the first couple issues, I think, of Sandman. You'll notice him
David Schmeling
to do
said,
that paneling again.
I
And
love it
Neil
when art
Gaiman
style
does it.
choices and technical approaches on a page become part of the storytelling too. I think this is often underestimated.
So here's another one that's super subtle that I really appreciate. That I think this is like what she does a lot. So Miss Takahashi here, she loves doing when she can, and it's not very often. She's usually a very conservative panelist. Layouts. She's very conservative with her layouts, but she loves doing panels without panels, as in having using foreground and background to show space-time instead of gutters. And like I've noticed that, and I think it's wonderful. When you can pull that off, it's always really cool. A lot of Western artists like, okay, I can do that, but we're gonna have panel, and then we'll have a character over here to the right pulled out forward. Arakawa will have a full page that is a character pulled forward and then a background, right? So it's kind of two panels. Or she'll do a panel, a bunch of panels, and then a character in the foreground above those panels that is either a first panel or a last panel. It's a similar approach, but when she does it very, very well. Where a lot of Western artists, it's very much, I just wanted to show a full-figure character, I want to show you a sexy lady, I want to show you a buff dude, something like that. For her, it becomes very much part of the storytelling and the mood she's setting. Usually it's in a introductory sense, or a romantic sense, or a horror sense. And you can feel like it's chosen very specifically. But paneling without paneling, I really appreciate. There's another, like, it's a very cool way of sequential storytelling. That, again, is, if it was overused, I think it could break a story, but when it's used properly, it enhances wonderfully. It's one of those double-edged swords that's very risky, and if you can do it right. Especially when, like, what she does is she pairs it with very conservative paneling, so when she does it, it really makes an impact. Really appreciate that. And I know a lot of people, a lot of Western comics like that, but again, it's usually to show a full figure, because, like, I got a pretty lady to show you, or something, right? It's a little bit different approach on the same idea, which, again, not wrong if you're doing it right, but it has less of an impact than how she does it. At least to me. Again, all of this is always personal opinion. I never judge anybody on their own opinion. There are some trash comics that people love. And I am so happy that those creators get to create and they have people they entertain and fulfill. That's all that matters to me. But, you know, if you're here, you're going to hear my opinion. That's part of why I do any of this. Right? But yeah. So, we were talking about
Arno
slog.
Lopez said, indeed,
But yeah,
LOL.
I would love to see more independent creators take inspiration from Sam Keith's layouts. I'd like to see more comic creators, period, take inspiration from Sam Keith's layouts. It kind of bothers me how afraid of curves most artists are. I get that a curve could break up a page, but it also gives us this wonderful feel. If you can do it right. That's what Sam Keith is really good at. Really, really good at. He also can panel without paneling, especially in the Max. He's really good at that because of the natural curves built into his work. He is an artist who likes curves. He doesn't like straight lines so much. Even like the hairs on Wolverine end up being a bit curved, even though there's thousands of them. Fucking guy busted his hand doing work like that. Crazy artist. Sucks he got kicked around so hard by the industry and is now basically a ghost. But man, for layouts, I really wish more people took inspiration. Even if they don't like the rest of his work, the storytelling he's able to do with layouts is something that the industry still doesn't even come close to. Like, I can't think of an independent comic that tries it, right? And that's your own ship. So, yeah, it's very, talk about underrated. Like Sam Keith, a lot of people love his artwork because of how unique it is. but I really haven't heard anybody else talk about his layouts. Like, I watched the journey, How the Max Broke Sam Keith by Jerk Comic. Wonderful YouTube channel. Please sub. Incredible guy. He talks about independent comics a lot. Usually the bigger ones, the ones that you kind of want to hear about, that got big enough to get like toys or whatever, but maybe did not break mainstream. He just did a wonderful 3-part series on Scud as well. That's another fucking unique expression of sequential art. But he did, like, God, I think it was a 6-part series on How the Max Broke Sam Keith. I really recommend watching that as an independent artist. It's an inspiration, it's a warning tale. And you get to see some very cool art. But, man, he didn't talk about his layouts. In 6 parts, he didn't talk about Sam Keith's unique layouts. It bothers me, man. Talked about the hyper detail, he talked about the exaggerated features, he talked about the beautiful ladies, he talked about the ugly dudes, the gross monsters, the ideas he played with, the insanity he ended up hitting in his work, but he didn't talk about the layouts. At some point, maybe I'll talk about the layouts, because somebody's got to. But yeah, if you want unique layouts, man, I've never, like, there are some mangaka who pull off some very cool layouts, but man, Sam Keith, still, I've never found anybody be as ballsy
Arno
and blunt
Lopez
with his layouts.
said,
just so cool.
layouts, always underappreciated.
And so fundamental. Fucking fundamental. You can see, so we produced the line art for Jack 1 at this point over 6 years ago. And you can see Maxie's growth in layouts between issue 1 and issue 2. Like, it should be drastic. It's not just his growth in layouts, it's his art style. Everything grew between 1 and 2. He went more stylistic, more inspired by different influences. And between 2 and 3, there was a growth as well. He's gotten more rigid in his layouts. In terms of, like, issue 1's layouts had less level stuff and more angular layouts, which he's kind of taken out in issue 2 pretty good. Issue 3, he made a return to some angled panels for dynamics, right? There's a different word, something with the ism at the end of it, but I can't say it. I can't say it. So dynamics will convey the idea, but it bothers me, I can't say the word. Then issue 4, it's also got the rigidness of issue 3. So I hope I've communicated in the script that things should get crazier as we're going through issue 4, and then by the end it gets more collected. But we'll see. I hope I did communicate that. We'll see as layouts and such keep coming in for our work. But Sam Keith, man, it was always insane layouts that communicated the storytelling beautifully. Again, he is my favorite layout artist. Like, I can't think of anyone whose layouts entertain me and are as visually stimulating and as clear as Sam Keith's. And people don't fucking talk about it. It bothers me. Maybe it's not the same for everybody, right? Maybe that's it. Like, most people, it doesn't hit because it's too weird. Maybe that's it. I don't know. For me, it's not weird. It's fucking cool. How many people utilize fisheye lens circles, right? Not many. There is an independent work that's coming from a very cool set of creators I got to meet during issue 4's campaign. It's a mangaka, but he loves curves as well. So I'm kind of excited to see what the final product of that looks like, because he might come close. But, like, most people love straight lines with layouts, and I get it. You can use a ruler and you're done. Getting a perfect curve is a lot tougher. It can be done, but it's tougher. And trying to lay out a page in circles and half circles and moons compared to rectangles and squares, right? I'm sure that's a little bit different. And maybe your mind has to work a little bit differently. Maybe you have to be a little nuts, and that's why I like it, right? But yeah, at some point I would like to do a video on Sam Keith's layouts, because again, I haven't seen anybody else talk about it. And, like, it is so underrated. Like, his art is underrated, to be fair, but like the people who know it love it. or hate it. but the people who love it really love it. But I don't hear them talking about the layouts as part of that experience. And as you said, layouts always underappreciated.
Arno Lopez
Bad layout can break a
said,
comic just like a
"A
bad
must do."
lettering can. Bad lettering is the same thing. Like so, layout, good lettering, you tend to not notice. Great lettering, it enhances things, right? Same thing with layouts. Good layouts, you don't notice, and the story flows. Bad layouts, you will notice right the fuck away, and it'll make the story hard to read, just like bad lettering. A great layout will enhance the storytelling, and I think that's what Sam Keith was really, really good at by doing something unique and being ballsy and creative with it, where other artists are not so ballsy. And I really appreciate that about his work. I can't gush enough about his layouts. Like, if I ever get any type of skill enough to do a comic page, I would want to lay it out like Sam Keith. There's no way I could do the hyper exaggerated features and detail that he did. I mean, he broke his hands doing that, so I don't want to do that. But if I could take anything from him, it's the layouts. It's the fucking layouts. It's so good. I'm sure there's somebody else out there I don't know that does it better. But at the moment, he's the one I would emulate if I was any kind of artist. I'd really like to meet an artist and work with an artist that could do that kind of layouts. It's just so damn creative. It's so entertaining to me. Let's see. Just see if there's anything else to talk about, because I could gush on Sam Keith's layouts forever. Oh my god. But at the end of the day, right?
Arno Lopez said, "And the way he does hair eyes."
That's the big one. Hair, muscles, and humanoid features. Whether it's beautiful ladies, which usually his ladies were very voluptuous would be the word I'd use, because he likes a little meat, but also you get the
Arno
beak.
Lopez
right.
said, "So fluid, lengthy, flowy."
Yes, and so when he does ladies, it's like that, but when he does dudes, it can be very coarse, right? Like if you're looking at Wolverine from him, it's just a bunch of fucking hair, and then like the Wolverine's crazy ass hair still kind of feels that rigid, so he can do both, and it's how he thought and approached art was very unique in every level, and it's sad that the industry kicked him around so hard. And part of why the industry kicked him around so hard is because he kicked himself around so hard. Again, if you want a artistic journey, Jerk Comic on YouTube did a incredible 6-part. It's like 7 hours deep dive into how the Max broke Sam Keith. And I really recommend watching it as a comic book creator. There's so much to learn there. It's very sad, but at the same time, it's kind of harrowing in that, you know, with all these things against him, his artwork and his fandom still was able to give that expression, his expression, life. There's something really like it's sad, but it is a kind of a beautiful sadness. And his work has that in it a lot of times. Pretty much, period. You'll never find an artist who underrated himself and disliked his own work as much as Sam Keith either. And I think that helped contribute to why the industry kicked him around so hard. Because he didn't believe in his work enough. Like, he thought he was good enough, but he didn't think he was good enough ever. That was a big bit, so I'm doubting he really fought as hard as he could have from the platform he had earned to keep going. And there's something to learn from that as well, is even if you have these extreme talents and people are recognizing it and appreciating it, you get an animated series, you can still be your own worst enemy. You could put all your heart and soul into pages like he does, and you can still be your own worst enemy. I very much recommend watching that. So great service to the comics community that Jerk Comic performs when he does those deep dives on indie comics that most people don't talk about. I haven't finished the Scud one, but that is another unique tale. Most independent comics that have that underground comics feel where it's a bit of insanity in there, have some very fun tales to them, even if they're sad. Like, they're engaging tales and they're good to learn from. Just like The Crow has that kind of feel to it too, but it comes from grief, right? It's a different expression. Scud came from fun and from losing a lady. Max came from his own personal feelings and artistic journey. Bone is another one that just came from, like, this is what I want to put out to the world. Those kind of creators are my kind of creators. Those are the folks
David Schmeling
I'm so grateful for.
said,
Kamen America,
especially these times, there is no better opportunity for anyone to just start their comic and try, no matter the skill level. If there is no start, there won't be improvement along the way.
Many people talk, very few walk the walk. And even if you're, myself, I'm very hard on myself. I don't think I'm Sam Keith level hard on myself. I couldn't survive at that level. I don't know how he did or does. But at the same time, like, I have to recognize that there's a lot of people that talk about doing things, and that's all it ever is. I've met many people like that, even people I really appreciate and I adore. They're great fucking people. But that aspect is talk. Action is action. If you don't start, again, the journey of 1,000 steps begins with a single one. The Lao Tzu. You can't climb a mountain by looking at it. Can't climb a mountain by talking about it. You fucking walk. If you stumble along the way, big fucking deal. Pick yourself up, keep walking. You break an ankle along the way, well, yeah, you're gonna have to consider that. But you made it as far as you did, right? You still walked. That's important. That's important. Doesn't matter how far you go, it's that you tried, right? It's great if you can go further. It's even better if you can pick yourself up after taking lumps. But even so, if you've at least started the walk, that is infinitely better than just sitting around and talking about it. And you know what? Sitting around and talking about it is better than having it in your soul and never doing anything about it. But talk is, again, as they say, talk is cheap. Talk is very cheap. That's why this channel's free, right? Talk is exceedingly cheap. It's action that matters. And so that's why I hope, I haven't produced many comics, but I've been in the scene for a little while. I've seen many, I've read many. So I try and have some semblance of weight behind my IronVerse quickies or behind when I'm doing a stream like this talking about Kamen America, which is, I'm not in the same league. Maybe artistically our work is. In my opinion, I prefer it. But in terms of expression or my own personal journey, no, I'm not in the same league. Tim Lin
Arno
has been
Lopez
a semi-professional for a very long
said,
time.
Truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's my hope. That's what I try to do too, right? Again, that's why I had to do the stream. Nothing bothers me more and feels more dangerous to me than when a incredible talent is getting nothing but praise. And I don't think I'm being nitpicky with this one either, because there's that too, right? You can be picking holes in something that's not really there as well, just because whatever reason you have, right? I hope my comments on Kamen America on this stream did not feel like that. But it could, and you know what? That's a fair perception. For me, it wasn't. I didn't feel like a small thing. It felt like an important thing that needed to be spoke about. The second thing I mentioned, which was the gratuitous gratuitous to me fan service panel, that's a nitpick. For most people, and even me, it was a bit of fucking nice ass. But it's still like for the flow and pacing of the story and the ideas that were trying to be communicated up until that point, and then after that point, like it was disjointed for me. For other people, it's just, oh, look at that ass. And that is, it could 100% have been the intent. And for probably about 80% of people, like that's what it would hit. And so that's fine. That's a nitpick. That's more how I would define a nitpick. But the having to work so hard to get to the flow of this work, that's not a nitpick to me. That is something important. Which again, Jack, he fucking like issue 2. There's a lot of start and stopping. You don't want to do that. Issue 3 is a little bit better, but there's still start and stops because I had to finish the framing device. That was right. Again, I have my own creative justifications for it, which I'm sure they do too. But it doesn't matter what my creative justifications were if it wasn't communicated properly to the readers, and that's what matters, right? So, I hope it wasn't a nitpick. These aren't folks that I would nitpick. I did nitpick one thing. Just spoke about it. But at least I know it's a nitpick, right? And it wasn't the central idea of this. It was just another point that like hit me specifically wrong. And that likely wouldn't hit anybody else. But again, that introductory flow for me was a thing. Whereas I know a lot of other readers, they probably wouldn't notice it, and that's how it should be. You know, that means they're doing their job right. But paired with the thesis of Volume 5, which is how many compromises are you willing to make along the road to success, paired with how much praise I see for the work that comes completely from uncritical eyes. That's why I titled it The Dangers of Winning. That is a thing, and they're probably 100% aware of that. These are smart cats. You read their work, you see their expressions. They're smart cats. Like, I don't need to say any of this, I can guarantee it. But as a fan, as I'd like to consider at least a professional acquaintance who really appreciates their work, I had a duty and a responsibility to express that today. And again, nobody sees it, that's cool. But it was necessary. But yeah, no other updates on Jack 4, sadly, as of right now. Just the one I said, which was contracts are signed, so the legalities are there, so it's happening, like on the legal sense as well. That's all I can say right now. I hope Maxie can deliver pages quicker. I don't know what other gigs he's working on right now. I don't know how well he's doing otherwise. I wish I knew better. There's a cool thing that might happen towards the end of the year between him and I, which would be great. And I'd love to announce something that was also included in the contract for him. But we'll wait and see. I think I'll announce it with the completion of issue number 4. There's not much other reason to say it. But I think it was long overdue. Very glad to have integrated that into our further business dealings. He fucking deserved every bit of it. But yeah, otherwise, we talked about some cool creator-owned comics I can't wait to dive into. We talked a little bit about paneling, layouts, pacing was a big part of this, right? Investment. And yeah. I'd like to hit 2 hours, so that's about 10 more minutes. Always a Q&A if folks have anything to ask. I don't have anything else to update you folks on at the moment. Oh, I think I got the digital. So that's my issue. There's digital reward for that. That's cool. Now, to be fair, folks, this doesn't matter, but depending on I think I'm gonna stop. Like, often I don't read the digital comics, but I hoard them. And so a lot of creators are invested in their work. And so they provide very... Definition of high quality for me and the definition
Arno
of high
Lopez
quality of them are different.
said, "Hail to the indies."
Hail indeed. I don't like using that term because another group uses it in a weird sense that like always makes me kind of uncomfortable from their chats. But I'll take that one because that one was like in general. But yeah,
Arno
72
Lopez
DPI. That's
said,
all I need. Digital.
"Agreed to that, eyes."
Smaller file size means
David
the pages
Schmeling
turn easier.
said,
Better on my phone.
"When it
Better on my
works out,
tablet.
maybe I'll be able to color the tribute art for Jack Irons crossing over with my character to direct some eyes to your issue 4. Love to do tributes."
I like your coloring work too, brother. I don't see it too often, except on those bitchin' dragon pieces you do, man. Oh, so good. But yeah, I'd love to see that too. If you get time, if you feel like it. Like, again, I appreciate your support. I appreciate your readership. I appreciate you being out there doing the work. This is a hard work. This is a hard work. I can't imagine, right? Like, I do these... a lot of my drawing streams, right? Like, it's 2 hours to draw a cartoon character. Like, I have no... I can't imagine people actually do art. Like, I'm just a goofball who put a stretch goal into who threw all his chips on the table, even chips he didn't really have, to get the work done, and is working to make sure that those chips are at least of some value. And man, yeah, I couldn't lay out a page. I couldn't fucking do a multi-character background piece. Like, fucking hey, do a single cartoon character over 2 hours. Like, hey, give me a couple years if I stick at it, maybe you'll get a cartoon strip out of me. It still won't be layout, right? It'll just be panel, right? Like, you'll get something.
David Schmeling said,
couldn't imagine.
"A lot of time is used for my comic pages at the moment, and concept drawings."
Well, there you go. So, I mean, you gotta invest in yourself because you want to. I hate to say it too. Don't. And this isn't for you specifically. This is any comic creator. Do not invest in yourself for success. Invest in yourself because it's you, because it's what you love to do. Because if you're investing for success, success is probably not going to come your way. Simply because it's a weird... if you understand magnetism, positive and positive do not attract. And that's kind of what happens when you approach artwork as a mechanism for success. We see a lot of that in indie comics, and it's only worked when somebody already has success to build off of. That's the only time I've seen somebody putting out work for success be successful. Everything else has been because I want to make a comic, because I have something to say, because I enjoy doing the work, right? As again, this is super hard work. Story after story of it breaking people. Story after story of wonderful talents leaving the industry. Story after story of people dying broke who did incredible work. Even big figureheads who helped forge this fucking thing. So understand it, keep yourself sane, but do it because you love it. And again, that's not specific to you, that's just overall. Like, it's what I've noticed, it's the only thing that's kept me going, right? Like, I'm successful compared to a lot of people who do this, in the financial sense, even though it's not it's not for me, for my team, for what the work is, right? What the work can earn, fucking incredible. Overall for me, no, and I can't actually keep doing this work as it is. It is completely unsustainable financially. But if you're looking strictly at numbers, it fucking kicks some ass compared to a lot of other work. So everybody's definition of those are going to be different. I think a lot of the smaller campaigns that earn $3K, that these are people who are doing all the work themselves and are able to fill on time and keep doing it, or in issue 7, issue 8. That is success. That is far more successful than me. But if you look at finances, it's a different story, right? Even though those finances go to pay the art team, because I work with amazing talents who deserve every penny. It's all over the place. Sometimes success is, oh, I got a reader today. Somebody was interested in looking at my work today, right? So there's different definitions of it, but don't work for it, because that ain't gonna work. And that's just overall, right? Again, it's not specifically, it's just inspired by your comment, Mr. Schmelly. I think that's just an important lesson, because I think for the same reason comics attracts so many creators, it's going to attract creators who think, oh, I'm going to have the next Marvel. And that's all they're thinking about. So they put out generic superhero X to go along with the million other generic superhero X out there, and they will see no success. And I have no interest in those works. I see so many generic superhero X comics, and like, why should I be invested in this? I could go pick up Spider-Man, and I don't even go and pick up Spider-Man, right? So yeah, don't be those folks. For me, for my sanity, do it for me, if nothing else. Make something from your heart that is unique. And you know what? Some of those people putting out generic superhero X, that is from their heart. It just does not have heart that'll resonate with me. And if it's not resonating with me, there is a chance that it might not resonate with others. And so maybe try and not make it so generic.
Arno Lopez said, "Oh, I will." Laughing face.
Generic superhero X is
David Schmeling
I hate that.
said,
I hate it so much.
"Exactly. The financial aspect is what requires me to spend time to do illustrations for clients and their projects."
Bingo. And that's the
Laughing
thing, right?
face.
Been blessed to see some people do the crowdfunding thing and been able. Great suggestion. And if you love comedy comics, loose art style, but has that underground comics feel, and that's what he goes for, which I love. Another insane creator. I love my insane creators who can also deliver and do really cool stuff. Tonic Comics. Check them out. They do Saving the World, and they've done a bunch of other kind of spin-offs in the same universe, and I have been endlessly entertained by the writing that. If you like Kevin Smith works, if you like Mike Judge works, like, it's got that feel to it, yet it has its own unique insanity, and oh man, I fucking love it. And he's been able to, over the last couple of years, become a full-time cartoonist because of his work. Sure, it doesn't bring in 10, 20, 30K, but it's enough for him to do his own work, which is wonderful. That's fucking success to me, right? Like, that's the big one. You can perpetuate your own work, your own expression. That's fucking success. Like, Jack can do it, but it is... it is a hell of an effort that you amazing folks helped me accomplish. Twice now, I did not expect to be able to continue this work, and then it happened, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm super stoked about it. Like, I am so invested in it, but like, that's like, I'm at that point, because I'm willing to take the lumps and pivot. So I always come from that perspective of, well, if we don't win this time, how can we win next time? And that's usually where I'm at. These last two campaigns, that's where I was at. If I go onto Kickstarter right now, on stream or whatever, it'll say, Jack, issue number 4. Because I was like, okay, well, we'll try Kickstarter. That's where I was.
Arno Lopez
so
said, "I don't give a damn about the money. I just want to get it out there and give enjoyment." Laughing face.
Important. But devil's advocate to my own thing, right? Like, you should give a damn about the money. Not to the detriment of the artistic expression, but you should want to be able to perpetuate yourself. And that is the system humanity currently lives in, is that you justify your existence and your ability to survive via this thing we call currency. It's just how we structured things to not kill each other over food. Is it the best we could do? Probably not. Is it better than anything else we figured out? Yeah. In mass. in a large sense, it is. There's a lot of smaller communities and things that have been able to do it other ways that work great. But in terms of a global scale, whatever, like currency is the best we got. And so you kind of have to respect that as well if you want to survive doing this work. I very much give a damn about the money.
Arno
but,
Lopez said,
oh, that's why I pay my hardest.
"Oh no,
right?
I would. I'd use it to pay my necessities and use the rest for the comics."
Well, there you go.
Laughing
Like
face.
that's a bit, right? Now I get you. You're being kind of facetious. I don't give a damn about the money. There's honorable. The word would be romantic feeling to that. Like, I'm creating art for art's sake. It's terrible romance is beautiful and wonderful, and it will kill you. At the same time, if you're doing it just for success, I can almost guarantee you will not find success. So you got to find where it works for you. Some people will be leaning towards the romance, like myself, and like what you feel like doing. Some people will be leaning towards the finances, but having, some spirit and some heart to the work. Everybody's gonna be different, and that's the beauty of it. That's another thing that this system that we've perpetuated that causes much damage, but also allows us not to kill each other over food, allows. So, take the good with the bad. And do your best with the tools you have. That's always been my thing. Work towards better tools. But that was part of the thing, the danger avoiding. It's easy to become complacent and stop working towards those better tools. Again, Iconic Comics, they ain't doing that. They grow every campaign, both in terms of backers, finances, and what they're willing to do with their IPs. So yeah, it wasn't a red flag for them. But at the same time, I was inspired
David
to talk
Schmeling
about that concept because
said,
of what I saw.
"I'm glad you have progressed as much as you do. I had started my comic idea 10 years ago and often failed due to the lack of time. But I'll push through this time. I'm over 100 pages now."
Sanity. A lot of people, I appreciate comic strip guys. Put out a strip a day, right? So almost equivalent to a page a day, depending on what kind of comic they're putting out, right? And comics are so niche. Again, this work is so hard. As awesome and as numerous as comic book fans are, they ain't that numerous. There's only so much, again, that currency to go around. And so when you're putting that much work into something like, you're putting your heart and soul on the line a little bit. With Jack, what we're up to, 96 80 and change sequential pages out. Not counting other comics, not counting IronVerse Comics, right? Just Jack. And with issue 4, we'll be about 120 and change. Yet, there's creators like yourself, or Draw and Talk is another one, who have put out hundreds and hundreds of pages at this point. Different approaches, and I just don't want to see anybody killing themselves to do it. I think Draw and Talk, he comes close. He comes close to the mangaka discipline, which will kill you. Especially if you're trying to balance like an actual life alongside your art. Kentaro Miura, he didn't have much of a life outside of Berserk, right? So that helped kill him. It wasn't the final nail in the coffin. It wasn't none of that. And we got to share in some beautiful, extremely unique expression from a very complicated soul. But he helped kill himself for it, right? So you don't want to go that far either. And he saw great success. Comparatively, right?
Arno Lopez said, "Indeed."
So, I don't judge by
Pensive
numbers
face.
like a lot of you folks
David
are
Schmeling
great at putting out more pages
said,
than us.
"People like us will never be able to stop, but I'm aware of the potential to burn out, which happened to me in 2015.
Folks, sub this channel. I have my phases of burnout. One wasn't too long ago, right? Especially when I'm getting disappointed in how things are progressing. And since I'm project manager, even if it's other
Infinity
people's
Comics
fault, it's
said,
on me.
Yo,
Yo, whoa, indeed, Infinity. Welcome. You missed, all of what I was talking about today. Now we're on the random just talking about things point. So, go back and watch if you're interested in some awesome creator-owned crowdfunded books I got in, alongside a signed JRJR comic I won, which was really cool. And if you want to
Inkfinity
hear
Comics
some thoughts on Kamen America
said,
as well.
"Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. Yeah, no, you're in the worst part of the stream where I'm actually just chatting with you lovely people. But welcome. Thank you so much for stopping in, man. But yeah, you know what? Recap for you for the hell of it.
Inkfinity Comics said, will do.
Yeah, if you feel like it. I think it was, I actually covered a good amount of stuff. If you want the main thesis of this, where I'm talking about, again, the danger of winning, and what I thought about Kamen America Volume 5, alongside the previous work from Iconic Comics, particularly from the teaming of Mark Pellegrini and Timothy Lim, about 25 to 30 minutes in is when I get to that point. Before that, I was talking about some creator-owned comics that I got in, and so, quick recap. Got this in. Elixir, The Last Days of Death, from Armin Nassim, a new creator, kind of, at least in my sphere of awareness. Super passionate, super fun, young. He's got that vibrancy and love for comics that I really, really appreciate. Delivers on time, runs very short campaigns.
Inkfinity Comics said, I know that one.
Good. From Submarine Treehouse, which is his imprint. I should be on that channel on the 8th, which will be cool to actually chat with his cat. So I got to read this first. But I opened the book up, and then like the first page has 9 panels. And as a comic editor, I was just like, okay, I've got to read this, but like if I was looking at this as a mangaka editor,
Arno
I
Lopez
was like, condense this.
said,
so we'll see.
And we were also talking about paneling and storytelling.
Particularly, I went on and on because I fucking love it. My favorite layout artist, Sam Keith. A lot of people love him from a bunch of different artistic perspectives, how he renders bodies, his very unique style, sometimes his storytelling, right? For me, people don't talk about his layouts enough. He loves curves, and we do not see many comic folks, artists, being ballsy and brave enough to use curves in their layouts. It's pretty rare. And Sam Heath is a fucking master of it, and I wish more people took cues from his layouts and nothing else from his work. So we talked about that. I compared and contrasted Kamen America a little bit with this in terms of pacing and storytelling. Mainly pacing. I'm gonna have to watch again if you want more detail on what I said about Kamen America Volume 5. I love Kamen America. I'm a huge fan of these folks, but reading this and finishing it today inspired me to kind of talk about
Comics
some specific things.
Said, yes, I remember liking the art, but when I saw all those panels and how they were all kinda square-shaped and a bit boring, it put me off.
Well, there you go, right. So I'm gonna have to read it. I want to see what the storytelling's like, and I actually get to talk to the guy directly about it. And so, might want to keep a lookout for that stream, because I have a hard time not being honest. So I might try and soften blows, but like if there is a problem with that, which for me right away, like looking at that seems like there's probably a problem with it, because there's a lot of high panel pages. We'll see. Like, condensed storytelling is a lot of the point of sequential art, and so we'll see. I gotta read it. I can't just judge from the
Inkfinity Comics said, I showed Kamen America to a friend and he says it's just that Charcater from My Hero Academia, smiling face with open mouth and tightly closed eyes.
Gotta read it. It's another one, you gotta read it. Like, artistic wise, yeah, they're an Ameri manga, and they were leaning heavy into some very specific art styles to communicate what they're doing. But in terms of thesis, there's nothing else on the market that approaches the concepts like they do, that are very, like, they are concepts that are just shoved down and forgotten these days. And they were fundamental for a very long time, and they weren't aggressive, and that's kind of what Kamen America's perpetuating, and I really appreciate it. But this particular volume had some, easiest way to explain it was pacing issues in the first quarter, which I hadn't experienced from any of their other works, and I have all of it except for the really heavy political stuff, which I didn't really have much of an interest in. But anywho, so yeah, if you enjoy Kamen America, I'd like to hear it. If not, it's not for everybody. No comic is for everyone. I don't care who you're thinking. But yeah, this is the signed JRJR #1 I won on Twitter, which was pretty cool. Shipped quick. It came with a certificate of authenticity. Isn't that sweet? It's one of the only signed comics I have. It was from JRJR. I was pretty stoked about that. And then one of my biggest inspirations in comics, period. Finally got this in, and how they handled their crowdfunding campaign. It was their first crowdfunding campaign, even though this guy he is an independent comics fucking icon to me. Jeff Smith's Tukey Fight for Family, which is the second volume in Tukey. I got the first one a while back through the crowdfunding campaign. I bought both of them, and this came with a beautiful hardcover razzle. And they finally got issue 2 or volume 2 out, which finishes the story. I haven't read it yet.
Inkfinity Comics
fucking love Jeff Smith.
said, I dunno if I asked you this on my channel, but what's your favorite comic you ever read, and how did it influence you as a writer?
Oh, so it changes. I have different favorite comics for different reasons. I don't think there's an overall that's just like, oh my god, this is the best at everything I've ever seen. I don't think anybody can do that. My favorite, I would have to say, is what got me to make comics, right? What was the thing that like triggered me to make comics? That was Ghost Rider Road to Damnation, particularly the art of Clayton Crane paired with Garth Ennis's writing. Ennis, it's probably Ennis. Clayton Crane showed me artwork that I had never seen anywhere else. I will show you. And you'll see why I was like, oh, this is the medium I need to work in, even if I'm not an artist. This is the potential I want to tap into. So I will show you folks that. I've tried to read Road to Damnation since, and it's pretty cut and paste in terms of plotting and everything. Like, it's not this amazing story. It's just fun.
Inkfinity Comics said, looking at it right now.
But yeah, I'll show you folks on stream as well, just so you can all have an easy look at it. Oh, okay, the backing track. Wait, now I feel lonely. Okay. He was one of the first pioneers of digital coloring and line work in mainstream comics to take it to this kind of extreme. There were others who would, they do that, but they wouldn't do this, which is this hyper exaggerated realism. And seeing this kind of work in comics when I was a teenager, just hooked for fucking life. There was no medium on earth that could communicate this like Clayton Crane did. Being a biker fan, being a Ghost Rider fan, in terms of concept, I wasn't even that much into comics, but I was like, oh, that's cool. It's a flaming skeleton on a motorcycle.
Inkfinity Comics said, gorgeous.
He's out of comics now, and he has been for a long time, which sucks, because, like, my god, I'd give my left nut to work with Clayton Crane. Just this choice with this character, with Ennis's writing, which is fun. It's a dumb story. It's a Ghost Rider story. You shouldn't expect something like highbrow and philosophical and amazing. And they didn't go for that. Ennis knew what he was working with and provided just my favorite Ghost Rider story of all time. And then they followed it up with Ghost Rider Trail of Tears, which is like a reboot to the origin of Ghost Rider with a slave who becomes Ghost Rider. It's really good. It's a Western. I fucking love it. Same art style, same creative team, same idea in terms of like what they're trying to do. It's just kind of just tell a really cool Ghost Rider story with the coolest art and most fun writing that they could possibly do. So this, I would say, is my favorite for being the inspiration of why I'm here and why I've stuck with comics. How I found Maxie, all of it. This was the spark. But there are so many things like that emotionally have affected me much better. Like Murder Falcon, man. It's not going to resonate with everyone, but I am a metalhead, and I started my artistic journey through music, through metal. And Murder Falcon, what Daniel Warren Johnson did was he took the talents and his love and passion for metal and music, and he translated it through his other extreme talent, art and writing, and he just threw it all on the page. And by the end of it, he has taken, if you are a musician, if you're a metalhead, he has taken you on this beautiful expression of what music means to him that very much resonated with what music means to me. Um, that fucker, like the last issue, fucking tears all the way through. Just fucking beautiful. That's a relatively modern comic, right? Punisher Max. Huge influence. I fucking love what Ennis was able to accomplish with the character of Frank Castle in that 10-volume
Comics
run.
Said, you might enjoy Deadly Class, then. By Reminder. He's a moron, but his books are great.
Most of the time. So my favorite single issue is by Rick Remender. My favorite single issue of a comic. I'll show you that as well. Yeah! Woo! This is from the other stream. It's clubbering time. That was not gonna turn off. This is from the other stream. You're so welcome. It's still enabled. I kind of knew that would happen. I hit the hotkeys. That'll do it. Besides the voice. So apologies. That was from my Elden Ring challenge. That was the inspiration that allowed me to beat the tutorial boss barefisted. But I do apologize. I probably blew your ears apart. I'm so sorry.
Infinity Comics said,
Part of the race.
I really enjoy 7 to Eternity by him.
Cool. I haven't read too much Rick Remender, to be fair, but this is my favorite single issue of a comic. Period. If I can find a better image of it, that would be great. Because it's exactly what I want from the mainline Punisher. That's not going to go into heavy gore or into, the darkness
Arno
of reality.
Lopez said, Elden Ring, Rocky Balboa build, LOL.
So,
David Schmeling said, I luckily don't handle inks right now.
Right? No, that would have blown you apart. I really do apologize for that. I'll delete that, but I'm still not sure if I'll go back to the Barefisted Challenge or not. So I've gotta just have the decisiveness to just get rid of it. But Dark Reign #1. Oh, because yeah, shift fucking pound. That'll trigger that. It's a great hotkey that I'd never use anywhere. Let's see. Page. Let's go with a page.
Said, Punisher, you bigot.
Oh, I'm
Smiling face
I'm a
with open
massive
mouth and
Frank
tightly
Castle
closed eyes.
fan. If you want to delve into the psyche, the psyche of a broken man, of the patriarchy being smashed to bits and having nothing left but the positive direction that it could forge for itself, Frank Castle by Ennis is the quintessential exploration of that. But we're talking about Rick Remender and Jerome Opeña doing Punisher, and I really want to. There's a specific page I want from it. That is not Dark Reign #1. That is way later when Daken cuts him to bits and he becomes Frankencastle. Where's Jerome Opeña's? I just want Jerome Opeña's page. Any of it. But he fights the Sentry in this. So it's basically Superman versus a normal man. And how Frank is able to deal with that. Rick Remender, like the pacing, the paneling, and Remender's very concise writing. It's a thrill ride. I fucking love Dark Reign #1. Punisher Dark Reign #1. It is my favorite single issue of a comic I have ever read. I've read a lot of really good introductory issues. Like the first issue of Fist of the North Star, the first chapter of Fist of the North Star. Fucking great introductory issue. But it still isn't this. But I can't find a page of it. It's showing, like, there's Ares. Like, what is he doing here? Sentry rips him in half. But that's not right either. It keeps showing the right, like, it's got the cover. I can show you the cover, which is just a ripoff of the Punisher first appearance, right?
Arno Lopez.
Oh, that bugs me.
Said, absolutely, laughing face.
Punisher Dark. I did it again. I put Punisher. Is this gonna help? Because I just want a sequential page from it. That's not Jerome Opeña. Why is it showing me Daken? Oh my god. But a Jerome Opeña. His weird scratchy style. Okay, well at least it's showing the covers. There! We'll take this. I'll take it. It's high res too. Perfect. Perfect.
Infinity Comics.
This fucking chapter.
Sandman was what got me to study and practice the medium. And my comic is a total child of it.
Right on. We were talking about Sam Keith. I know he wasn't involved with it very long because him and Neil Gaiman did not get along because Sam is a very creative-driven individual and Neil Gaiman is a very creative-driven individual. And it was Neil's comic, not Neil and Sam's comic. So that did not work out very long. Even though Karen Berger was like, oh, come on, he's such a great artist. And, oh, come on, he's such a great writer. And no, it just was never going to gel, Karen. Sorry, that's one of her few mistakes was trying to slam those two together. Even though it worked for as long as it worked, it was not what was needed for either creative. Anywho, Jerome Pena's work and Rick Remender understanding Frank's pacing that you need for an action issue. I fucking love this issue. It's my favorite single issue of a comic ever. The paneling, the ink work, the mood, the pacing. Oh man, it's my favorite single issue of a comic ever. No question. But nonetheless, again, that's how I'll remember Rick Remender, but I don't dive into much of his work because again, like you said, he's I'm gonna use the word putz. But in terms of talent, if this is any indication, he can do some really cool comics. He can do some great comics. Again, favorite single issue of a comic ever. Again, bar none.
Inkfinity Comics said, I didn't like Keith's art on Sandman. But I do know he's a great artist. Just not right for Sandman. Sandman is like a dark fairy tale. Whereas Sam Keith's art is very heavy metal, of back then.
So, read Epicurus the Sage, if you like Sam Keith's art at all. That is a dark fairy tale, if you're saying he can't do it. It's not that he can't do it. It's that Neil Gaiman didn't like how he would do it. So, Sam Keith hated the pages he put out, and so you could feel that in the work. It's like, I'm not doing what I want to do with this page. You will not let me do the work I feel needs to be done for this. And Neil's like, yeah, well, you should tone that down. This is realism and all that. And I get that. Again, it was a bad pairing. That is the root of all of it. But at the same time, I think he could have knocked it out of the park if Neil Gaiman didn't have a fucking chokehold on the story and how it needed to be communicated. Everybody involved in this first
Comics said, oh right.
So yeah, the first again. So it was a bad pairing, like you said. I don't even think it was a bad pairing in terms of styles. I think Sam Keith could do an excellent Neil Gaiman comic, no question. I think Neil is just too hands-on for Keith, and that's just how it goes. Some artists need more freedom to do the work they need to do. Some artists need a heavier hand, and some writers need to have that heavier hand to feel confident in the work that's coming out. And some writers, like myself, need a much looser hand to make something better than they can make by themselves. And Keith needs that second one if he's going to be paired with anybody. Whereas, again, Neil Gaiman, with almost any other artist who understands what they're doing, as a commissioner, instead of trying to put their own feel into it, can work with that. That's why Sandman became so great after those first couple issues. Because, again, you could feel Keith hated the pages because he had to restrict himself so much. I was talking about his layouts. You can feel he tried so hard to do the layouts he loves on those pages, and he was told again and again that page wouldn't work. It's just,
I really enjoyed the energy that Sam Keith's inks had. Just hated how big his noses were, smiling face with open mouth and tightly closed eyes.
That's part of his bit, right? He'll do faces with no noses if that's any better. He does gorgeous ladies and ugly men. And that's what he's really good at. And again, I doubt it would have worked for Sandman. It could have if Neil had been willing to budge at the same time. That's not the kind of writer Neil is. He has a very specific vision. It's like asking a lot of other writers to budge, right? It's just not going to happen. And you'll find that those artists, those writers tend to pair with the same people because they understood that and are willing to work that kind of collaboration. But comics has so many different kinds of collaborations between writers, artists, colorists, letterers, all of that some of them are just not going to mix. Even if there was, and I think that's what Karen saw, good potential in doing something. But yeah, it was not going to happen. The personalities were too disparate, and Sam just needed the paycheck, and eventually he was forcing himself to do pages. And you can feel when an artist is not enjoying their work. It happens again and again. You can always feel that the energy in the page ends up lacking. The direction and storytelling ends up being just a little bit more muddled than it would have been otherwise. If the passion isn't there, you can feel it every time. But if you read anything that Sam Keith actually had a heart in, then you can see why he does his work as he does it, why it was loved, and all that, at least in my opinion, right? And he was mostly a cover artist for the big guys, and then Max came along and he was able to express himself in the disguise of a superhero story. It was not a superhero story. But it's I think the pairing could have worked if there was more budging on Gaiman's end. But at the same time, that wasn't going to happen, and Sandman wouldn't have been Sandman if Gaiman had budged, right? So we would have had a very different kind of story if he had been willing to budge and work with Keith the way Keith needs to be worked with. But yeah, at the same time, I totally get you. But you can feel the pain, like I was saying, his layouts. Like, he's still got a circle in there and a fisheye lens, but he didn't get to do his big curves. He loves curves. Again, I love Keith's layouts. Like, out of everything he does, and he does some awesome stuff, it's always his layouts that I'm just like, nobody does anything like that. Nobody does anything like that. And it's still clear, beautiful storytelling. So cool. And that's what Gaiman was not willing to budge on, and I think that sucked the energy out of Keith. But anywho, yeah. So Remender, again, favorite issue of a comic ever. Remender did
Infinity Comics said, "Can you imagine with Dave McKean drew Sandman? Phew."
Yeah, right.
Infinity Comics said, "If asterisk."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit. So I've read the Sam Keith issues of Sandman. As you said, like, they're not the best, and so I didn't get very far into Sandman. And I haven't collected Sandman, so I can't say. But I have one buddy who's read all Sandman, and he just will not shut up about it. And I know many people who really love Sandman, and I'm sure there are a million reasons too. I love Hellblazer and that whole spirit of Vertigo that Berger was able to create. I think there are some amazing expressions, and I'm sure Sandman is, if not only one of them, probably the best of that. But I just haven't gotten to it. Closest thing to that I really enjoyed was Fables. I really loved Fables. Until it got to, like, here's 6 spin-off series you also have to read to understand what's going on. And then it lost me, which sucked, because I was so fucking invested in that for so long. Yeah, that bothered me. It's like, you gotta collect Jack of Fables now. You gotta collect
Infinity
this.
Comics said,
Love Fables, though.
"Give Lucifer a try. The run by Mike Carey. Great stuff."
I like Mike Carey. I've liked the
Arno
the
Lopez
Hellblazer he's put out.
said, "Yeah, face without mouth."
But yeah, again, like, writer-artist pairings are super important. Again, Rick Remender and
Infinity
Jerome
Comics
Pena right here, fucking
said,
amazing.
"Oh,
pairing.
I loved Fables too. Until they win the war, around volume 12.
Yeah, that's it.
It was dead after."
Yeah, that's about when he's like, oh, okay, we'll spin off to Jack over here. And it's like, I don't want to collect Jack of Fables as well. And I like the concept of Jack. I built the folk idea of Jack into my own work. I love the idea of Jack. But, like, I didn't want to read a spin-off series with him. I didn't. I just wanted to continue this. Like, what are we doing with these guys? But Willingham kind of, I think that's what he is like, well, I told the main story, but it's still popular. And that's where it was. You can feel that in Dragon Ball as well with Toriyama. Dragon Ball finishes 3 times. He was done with it 3 fucking times. And they're like, yeah, we need more money to survive, Toriyama, please. And he's like, okay. And he comes up with something, anything. And then that becomes pretty good. But 3 times. And then Super's been the last one where he's just like, guys, I can't go any further with this. And they're still trying to push it. They're still trying to push it. I feel so bad because what Dragon Ball was and what Dragon Ball became are two very different things. And that's another one where it's just like they keep pulling me back in. like Fables Willingham. I think maybe he was more into making the money than Toriyama because you can kind of feel the Toriyama here and there. But you can feel it in Fables too. It's the same thing, like you said. After they win the war, it's kind of like I told the story that needed to be told, but Milk. Yeah, going back to Milk the Toriyama. That's exactly what it was. And he's like, okay, fine, sell games, but then I'm done.
Lopez said, "Milking the Toriyama."
So much. You can feel it every time. End of the original Dragon Ball run. Oh, we beat Piccolo. Oh wait, this is a massive
Infinity
success.
Comics said, "Stories need to end, bro. You can have arcs, but those arcs have to reach their climax. Characters have to develop."
Yep, 100%. And Toriyama did that as best he could every time they drug him back in. And Willingham, this is what we're talking about, right? Like, he didn't succeed in the way Toriyama did. Sure, Toriyama's stuff, a lot of people really love Dragon Ball Z, that set of arcs, right? And they don't give a shit about Dragon Ball. I fucking love Dragon Ball, and then Z and On's kind of like, I can feel he's like, okay, this is what I need to do because it set a standard, and I need to maintain that standard.
This is the problem with Naruto. The ending was obviously retconned for the sequel of Boruto. At least the main message of the Naruto story has been delivered at the end. I still like it.
Well, good. I mean, a lot of people like it too, and that's another mangaka who was like dragged back in, right? Or maybe he wanted to. But I know Toriyama, I think it was both like, I need money, this is super successful, it's keeping a comic company alive, it helped create an entire genre, I better stick around to help curate. It's my responsibility, is what it felt more like than being drugged back in, and this is the best I can do to live up to that responsibility. And people fucking love it. Dragon Ball never becomes unreadable, it never becomes unfun. It's just the energy and passion and love I feel in the original Dragon Ball run up to beating Piccolo, night and day compared to Z. Night and day compared to Z for me. I love his gag manga work. His shonen work is a little stock. And you know what's going to happen in terms of like, oh, they're just going to get more powerful when they need to get more powerful. And so, with Fist of the North Star, he's already at the peak. Like, nobody's better than Kenshiro, and you know it the whole time, and it just delivers again and again. Like, it's very much like the Punisher, where it's just a force of fucking nature, and
David
I love
Schmeling
that. Like, that's my approach to shonen.
said,
I could go more.
As for Dragon Ball, this got me started to draw stories, and it still does.
The fun and
Laughing
life
face
in the original Dragon Ball, the fun, the life, the creativity in the original Dragon Ball run is night and day.
Arno Lopez
It's night and day.
said, Z had to cheapen the fights and choreography so Toriyama can release a book faster. That's my theory. Infinity Comics said, "What's your favorite manga?"
It's a tough one. That's tougher than comics. Significantly tougher than comics. Again, different for different reasons. Battle Angel Alita Last Order, and so far Mars Chronicle is continuing it. So there's 3 series there. It's exploration of what it means to be human, to take it as far as possible, including, its exploration of transhumanism and what it means to be human is incredibly important, and I fucking love it. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is... People love Studio Ghibli films. I love Studio Ghibli films. People like the Nausicaa film. I love Nausicaa film. That's what got me to check out the manga. If you read the fucking manga, that was his magnum opus. Miyazaki has not put out anything as good as Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, the manga. Nothing comes close to me. Exploration of what it means to be a mother, that's not in the movie, is in there. That is just fucking incredible. Exploration of his sadness of what humanity is and has become. Fucking
Arno
beautiful.
Lopez said,
oh my God, it's so
I
good.
don't mean all of Z. I was strictly pointing towards the Buu saga.
For me, it's a lot of Z. Boo was like the first one he really he really is like, I got drugged back in. The Cell Saga's like, okay, I can give it another go. The Boo Saga's like, let's give it another go. And then Super's like, I guess I'm still doing this. Battle Angel Alita, Nausicaa, Berserk, and what it's been able to hit, man. They all have, it's basically their thesis that and how they're able to elaborate and expand on it that matters the most to me. Again, Battle Angel Alita, it is an exploration of what it means to be human and what that means towards transhumanism. Basically, how many parts of the ship you can replace and still be the same ship. How he approaches that is fucking incredible. Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind is this great expression of the sadness of what humanity is becoming, but the hope that we can change and be better. Beautiful expression of it. Berserk is a beautiful expression of what it means to face all of reality, all of it, the darkest fucking corners, and still improve and get better, whereas some others are given everything and they fall to darkness because of it. It fucking
David
incredible.
Schmeling said, I love how Super Dragon Ball Heroes began to draw in a multiverse and made GT canon. And it still works without breaking the entire writing, something that the Western industry seems to struggle with.
It always will. There's too many cooks in the kitchen in the Western industry for that to work, Schmeling. It's still Toriyama, right? That's the thing. He can still jam his own puzzle pieces
Inkfinity
together.
Comics said, my favorite manga is definitely Death Note.
Death Note's good.
Never not good.
Death Note's good and a new one to end, right? That's impressive. Full Metal Alchemist, that's always meant a lot to me as well. Her ability, again, to explore those dark reaches of humanity, give hope, to express that you can make mistakes and still do good. There's so much in that I love. The pacing, the humor, characters, how she worked her magic system. That means a lot to me. It's always the thesis with manga that hits me. It's a lot to do with Western comics, like the thesis can carry the comic for me in a lot of cases, but with manga, if it has a bad thesis and is doing like a big arc and is trying to talk a lot about that thesis and it's bad, like I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read it. Toriyama's thesis in the original Dragon Ball was he was just trying to have fun, but he was also trying to show found family, which is always a big one in manga, which I always appreciate. But he found family and growth and the honor of that. And then when it goes to Z, it's more about turning rivals or turning enemies into
David
rivals.
Schmeling
Your perception of
said,
that and using that to improve.
my
I think that's
view
really
writes
important.
besides Dragon Ball since my childhood,
One Piece, that's
Naruto and
another
also
one.
One Piece. It has its very slow moments, but the themes and messages are always hitting the point for me. David Schmeling said, asterisk favorites.
So for One Piece, the thesis
Arno Lopez
I get on it.
said,
Okay, I'll let Robot
I
Lady
still
keep
don't
talking.
know why, but my thoughts on Batman coming into the world of Death Note to solve the Kira case still amuses me.
That's hilarious. One Piece for me, like that is the best expression of found family that I've seen in sequential art. Like the multiple journeys and how Oda was able to build that family, fucking gorgeous. Just so many moments. The one that'll always stick out with me is Robin, and when Luffy directly asks her, "Do you want to be part of this family?" It's not what he said, but that's what he's doing. He's screaming across this thing. We will give our all for you if only you want to come with us. That's all. We will challenge the fucking world for you because you are one of us if you want to be. That single expression in One Piece, like I am hooked for life because of how he was able to deliver that. Oda, with his rubbery looks, his often insane character designs, like I can look past all that because of what he's able to pound for pound talk about with One Piece. Just again, it's my favorite expression of a very important thing that's found family. I think that so good. So with manga, it's very hard for me to pin down is the point. Like different days I need those themes differently, right? Some days I need to be reminded that that's a thing that day, right? So with manga, it's a lot harder. And sometimes you just want like a stupid fun manga. Like I read this romance manga called Wild at Heart. It's like 3 volumes, very quick, like character arc. That's like George of the Jungle. It's basically just the manga version of George of the Jungle. Super fun, super stupid, but no real grand thesis. It's just
Arno
romance,
Lopez
right? Like that was a lot of
said,
fun. I like that.
"The rubbery
It's not one of my
looks
favorite.
and the hunger for him gum."
Yes, for him, gum indeed. Luffy's just such a good character. The whole, again, it's such a great expression of found family. It's just the best way I can define One Piece to anybody. It's found family challenging the world, so you can add that
Arno
bit into
Lopez
it, but it doesn't even
said,
need that extra bit. To
"Gum gum
mean something.
asterisk."
Oh, gum gum. Yes. Now I'm not caught up on One Piece. I don't know how long like that specific note remains. I think it remains throughout all of it. I can't see him ditching that for any reason. I think he leans heavier into challenging the world, which is really cool with that found family. But
Arno Lopez
still
said,
fucking beautiful.
"How do you get him for gum? Autocorrect?"
Ask the AI. Robo Lady might know. Do you know Robo Lady? I don't think Robo Lady knows. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like favorite is so hard for me to pin down when it comes to manga because each one of the journeys that they've given me means a different thing. And the ones that have really meant something to me have really meant something to me, and it's hard to balance like what matters.
David
most.
Schmeling said, "The Kaido arc took me back in. Crazy how much time passed since I followed Luffy on his journey and to see how far he has come."
That's the thing too, and it's been going on forever, and Oda has carried that torch for a very long time. I think he was finally dethroned by Demon Slayer, but didn't Demon Slayer end? So I think One Piece is still carrying the torch of like this is the longest running manga, shonen manga, and that's really cool. Yeah, it's a trip. It's a trip. I can't imagine. And Oda's humor with everything. Great balance. That's something I really like about manga too. That Western works are doing, and they have done forever. But like it's less prevalent. Is how well they are able to mix and match genres. Yeah, to incorporate comedy, to incorporate romance, to incorporate drama and action and sadness and all these different things, and put it in the same story without it feeling muddled or confused, and without ruining
Arno Lopez
a mission.
said,
The mission
"If
of the
only
work.
Oda can assist Toriyama." David Schmeling said, "Exactly."
He could have. Toriyama or Oda's approach on Goku would have been night and day. It would have felt more like the original Dragon Ball run, I think. But I don't know. I don't know how that would work. That collaboration would be cool, but I don't know how it would work. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I think their visions align in some ways. Again, they both had a good focus on found family. Like that was important to both series. I think Oda leaned much heavier into it and was able to express it deeper than Toriyama. With Toriyama, it's casual. It's more casual. It's important, but it's still very casual. With Oda, like it at least for a long time till the crew is assembled, it is the focus. There's a lot of this world's against us kind of stuff too, which of course I appreciate. It's what my work's doing. But the found family aspect of it is like massive. It's what carries me into that series and makes me check out 600 chapters, right? So yeah. But yeah. Favorite manga? I couldn't pin it down. Some people have like this hit me the hardest. Like Berserk, I can't just casually read Berserk. When I was reading Berserk the first time, I was reading like a volume, and then I'd pick up a Gru the Wanderer comic. Like, because Berserk, I would not want to live in Kentaro Miura's brain. It's the best way I could express that.
David
Like,
Schmeling
it's beautiful. He was able to put
said,
it onto the page. With
I
as
had
much
discovered
grace
Spy
as
X
he
Family
did.
before
Yes.
it aired as an anime.
Yes.
I've never laughed so much while reading a manga or comic. Great comedy.
That's the bit, right? That's what Spy X Family was able to kick down the door for, because it's got just enough mass appeal to make a gag manga appealing to the mainstream. Because gag manga can go a little too dumb for a lot of people. That's why a lot of folks who love Z hate Dragon Ball. Just because Dragon Ball is a goof, it's a gag manga. Whereas Dragon Ball Z, which is still Dragon Ball, whatever, is not a gag manga. It is full shonen. Spy X Family, though, I'm so glad it kicked so many doors. I've heard nothing but praise. I want to collect it, but like I've spent too much on manga recently, and so I have not checked out Spy X Family. It's been on my Amazon list, like the first 7 volumes or whatever, for a while. But there was a couple like super important manga to me that I had to get a hold of. One of them was Inuyasha. It was one of the things that kicked down the door for me in terms of what's possible in a cartoon medium. Me, dollar coins. Let's see how Robo Lady pronounces it.
Dollar Coins said, Cody.
Ooh, Cody.
David Schmeling
All right, Cody
said, Berserk is very dark. I need to take plenty of breaks when reading it.
That's the bit.
Dollar Coins said, what we doing today? Are you saving the world from evil today with Laguna?
Did that yesterday. There was an army of baby seals caught in a bunch of redwood trees. We had to climb hundreds of feet into the air and rescue them. Nothing but our fingernails to carry us up the trees. So today is a day of rest. My fingernails are tired. No, we talked about, like, now we're on the hangout part of the stream, Dollar Coins. So hours ago we talked about some kind of important stuff, and now we're just kind of overall talking about comics, which is part of why we do these streams, right? So we were talking about manga. Infinity Comics asked what my favorite one was, so I elaborated on, like, it's different for different reasons on different days, which is a bullshit, dodgy answer, but I don't have an overall
Dollar
favorite,
Coins
manga.
said, elbow bump. God bless you and Laguna salutes.
You're welcome. Just doing the job, Dollar Coins. Just doing the job. And then we talked about, I read Comic America Volume 5 today. I finally sludged through the first, between a quarter and a third. I think it's closer to a quarter. And I wanted to talk about the Chick in the Armor. I noticed that I had to work to get through the first quarter, which wasn't a thing with their other works. So I talked about that. I talked a little bit about what it talked about in the volume. Then talked about some creator-owned comics. Jeff Smith's new thing dropped. Finally got the second volume of that, so I get to finish that. Fucking love Jeff Smith, so we talked a little bit about that journey. Talked a lot about Sam Keith and his incredible paneling and layouts.
Dollar Coins said, oh Cody, look at my last Elden Ring video. I summoned someone called Maybe I Can Solo Her, and they did.
Dope. That's funny. Somebody carrying that torch. Love it. That's good. All right. So you got further. Right on. I gotta catch up. I've got a while to go though, from what you were saying. I thought I was closer, but then you're like, I saw that. I've been seeing the titles of your videos, which are spoilers for me. It sucks. But there's a snow level coming up, which I didn't know. And there's a tree level, which is gonna be interesting. But that's what I've been spoiled on. So I to be fair, I've been avoiding your videos because of spoilers, because I'm just at the point where, like, stuff's actually maybe gonna happen.
Dollar Coins.
All 60 hours I put
said,
into this, nothing's really happened.
55 minutes in, I gave my best boxer commentary for it.
Copy. Maybe I'll clip that. That's great. But yeah, I didn't waste. I did that 4 hours of Barefisted Challenge. That's the last time I played a video game in the last week or so. Yeah. But cool. People, if you aren't subscribed to Dollar Coins, he has been doing Let's Plays. So if you're interested in Elden Ring, he's put I'm not gonna say hundreds, but like over 100 hours of live streaming Elden Ring into that channel. So if you want to see a Souls player from back in the day playing some Elden Ring and commenting on it, it's a good place to be. Also, we've played much on this stream, so if you liked his content on our channel here as well.
Dollar coins.
Worth the sub.
Said. Snow level is huge. There's also 2 more areas you haven't mentioned. Plenty more to do for you.
That's the thing, and I want to beat it, and I want to experience it, and keep enjoying again, the art style the art style and the gameplay is what keeps me in Elden Ring. So far, the story for me, like, it's fine. Like, I'm not invested in becoming the Elden Lord. I'm not. I'm invested in conquering these enemies, which is similar. It's gonna end up at the same goal, right? But I'm not. I'm invested in the skill of the gameplay, not so much the actual plot. So it is what it is. I'm at. So I beat the pre-boss, the first Elden Lord, right? And then I'm at the next boss right after that, and I haven't even walked in. So that's where I'm at there. I'll get there at some point. Right now, we played Clubber Lang for 4 hours and beat the tutorial boss, and that was plenty of Elden Ring for me for a little bit. That was, God, that was a grind. It was a lot of fun. Again, I recommend that video or the clip I put out if folks are interested in Love Thoughts. But that was my Elden Ring investment recently. Otherwise, I've been just working. A little bit of play again. It was good to go see Laguna's concert on Friday. That was good. That was a fun time. And his birthday yesterday was a good time too. But yeah, we talked about Jeff Smith. We talked about Sam Keith. We talked about a lot of manga. We talked about what brought me into comics, Ghost Rider Road to Damnation. We talked about my favorite single issue of a comic, which was by Rick Remender, which was inspired by Infinity as well. And we talked a lot about Kamen America as well, and how I hope that they understand what I'm talking about is just something I hope they don't repeat. Like, you get a few times of making that pacing introductory mistake. You get many if you're doing it for a long time and there's a lot of time in between them. But if you do it a few times, it's gonna be hard for me, man.
A loot of manga. Laughing face.
A lot of manga. It's true. I prefer manga's pacing significantly. So let me show you the other Western comic I've been trying to read besides Kamen America recently, because I got a bunch of it because I wanted humor. So if you're looking for a humor comic, Gru the Wanderer, that never fails to disappoint, never fails to enthrall me and keep me involved and just enjoy the whole journey. I never stop reading a Gru the Wanderer comic. These, they're very hit and miss. These old Simpson comics are very hit and miss. Sometimes they're a lot of fun, sometimes they're just a slog. So I have not finished even the first of the 12 volumes I have now, which sucks. So I'm hoping there's a lot more gems on the way, because I've heard nothing but good things. But we'll see. Another thing that I hate to say, but again, I'd like to say my peers, but they're often doing better than me in my terms of success. Girl with the Mega Fist. I haven't finished it, and I'm right there. And it's been weeks. So I want to do a IronVerse quickie on it as well. Because where it excels greatly, but where it has downfalls, it also has downfalls. So I'd like to talk about that, at least for me. Again, some people are going to absolutely adore it. It's different for different people, and that's what I was talking about Common America comments as well. Is some people aren't going to see what I saw, and that's great. In all honesty, I want people to enjoy what they're reading, and I want these creators to keep creating and improving. So that's why I say anything in the first place. It's just there's some rough patches that I saw. Some cases, not everybody's going to see it. Some cases, everybody's going to see it. So that's the thing. There's an editor credit on Girl with the Mega Fist. I'm going to talk about it again and again. It's why I do IronVerse quickies. If you're taking an editor credit, if there's an editor credit on your book, I'm going to judge it as such. And I hope that says enough about it. And that editor hopefully takes that responsibility to heart, and I can see it in the book. Otherwise, that is a massive... It pulls me right out. So if I'm seeing spelling errors, I'm seeing grammatical errors, I'm seeing pacing errors, I'm seeing things that is, in my opinion, part of an editor's job. Now, there's different kinds of editors. Different writers and creators need different kinds of editors. But if you don't specify what kind of editor, because like there's a story editor, right? And so they didn't handle the proofreading. They didn't handle any of that. They just helped them structure it, right? Fine. If the structure's good, fine. Say story editor. Don't just say editor. That's one of my peeves, especially with independent comics that often really need an editor, and then they have it and the job wasn't done. Like, it's a disservice to the creation, it's a disservice to the creator, it's a disservice to the readers. Shame on you, shame on your house, shame on your cow. it's a pet peeve for me. So if I put an editor credit with my name on it, I hope people hold me to as high a standard, because it is the role that is the most sorely lacking in independent crowdfunded comics, and it is a role that is unnecessary. If it's an unnecessary role for a lot of creators, and if they have it as well, then they are doing a disservice if that service was not performed. If you get what I'm saying. And that is a massive pet peeve. It ends up making me feel like the editor's just getting a credit on a book. They're not earning that credit, right? That is a massive pet peeve to me. Again, there's different kinds of editors. Like Dollar Coins, he's very much a structural kind of editor, not so much proofreading for me. And I really appreciate that, because I make some dumb fucking moves. And even though I'm very stubborn in most of them, at least he tries, right? And so within it, though, if he has the credit on the book, there's not going to be grammatical errors, unless they're intentional, because the dialogue demands that the character speaks grammatically incorrect. Pacing is going to be the best it can be, right? It's particularly spelling and grammatical errors, and you have an editor credit on your book. That's the book could be amazing, and I could look past all of that, but having the credit on that it's going to add and make it that much harder for me to look past that stuff. If you don't have that credit on there, then I'm going to look past it, because I know what it is. I know that this was from a single person, and it's easier to look past. But you're giving somebody the credit. You're giving them the credit for bad work. That's a pet peeve. that's gonna endlessly bother me on your creator work. Don't give them a credit if they didn't earn it. It's gonna make it easier on your work if there's mistakes made. Give them a credit if they earned it, and an editor needs to help make your work spotless, or as spotless as feasible, right? Or define the kind of editor you have. Do you have an artistic editor? Do you have a story editor? Do you have a grammatical editor? Do you have a proofreading editor? Do you have a plot editor? Do you have a co-writing editor? Like, what kind of editor do you have? If it's just an editor, then every role that involves just an editor, I am going to judge that credit by. I think a lot of readers will as well, but I don't think as many readers will have as much problem with it as I do as a fellow creator, and a guy who tries to be a comic book editor. So yeah, just keep that in mind, folks. Have an editor, make sure they're earning their credit, or don't give them the credit. Certainly don't fucking pay them. Let's tell you that one. If they ain't doing the work, don't pay them. And credits on a book is a type of payment, in my opinion. So it just feels like the creator was taken advantage of, and that bugs me. That bugs me so much. Okay. There's my vent on editor credits in independent creator-owned work. when the editor does not seem to have done their job. And I am bringing that up for a reason, and you guys can probably piece that together. And I bet I'll get pretty heavy into it on the IronVerse Quickie, because that's probably my biggest problem with that whole work. That wouldn't have been a problem if it wasn't a credit. Hell, assistant. If you gave him an assistant credit, wouldn't have been a problem.
Arno Lopez said, "Oh dang. 3 hours.
Oh, that ain't
Laughing
nothing.
face."
What was it? 2 weeks ago we did 2 12-hour streams. I didn't even think that was possible on YouTube, because I've been cut off at 8 hours the last time I was doing those long streams. Fucking crazy.
Arno Lopez said,
Oh.
"Credit is credit, man F." Arno Lopez said, "Laughing face."
Well, that's the thing. There's different reasons to do it. They're your buddy. They helped you. They were moral support. Whatever. They were a beta reader that you really valued, right? And so you felt that was an editorial credit, and you felt that was right. I get it. I think it's a bad move. It paints the work specifically if the editorial work wasn't done to a satisfactory level. But I get it. Like, you get slack from, like, I get
Dollar
it.
coins
But that's
said,
doesn't solve anything.
"Take out. What ya eating today?"
What am I eating today?
Arno Lopez
Nothing so far.
said, "Yuv."
Oh, I think first thing's gonna be a tuna sub sandwich. I think that's the first thing I'm gonna eat today. Once I eat, probably after the stream, I'll eat. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna eat. Dollar coins. I do need to eat something. Thank you very much. The other thing you folks missed is I was woken up today with dogs trying to get in my chicken coop, kill my baby, not babies. Luckily, I did reinforce the coop since the last time, so they didn't fucking get in, and I got there to scare them off. But now I have to worry about them coming back, so I had to pull out my pellet gun because I don't want to kill a dog.
Dollar
I really
coins
don't want to kill a dog.
said, "Can never go wrong with tuna sandwich."
I agree.
Arno Lopez
So that's my
said,
mood was also more dour.
"To
when
you
I
will
did
you
tuna. Yes, let's focus on tuna. It's much less fucking depressing. But yeah, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, and thank God Alita kicked my ass up, or else they might have been able to get in the coop over time. They were certainly trying when I got out there. I don't think they can. I reinforced it pretty good. But yeah, Alita, she was a hero today, because I was like, I heard it, and I was stuck in that midway of, should I go back to sleep? There's probably nothing, or should I wake up and go check it out? And Alita's like, was there, and she was like, oh, there's something there. And she got up. I was like, oh, okay, I'll go look. And it was exactly what I thought. Which sucks, so I got a pellet gun out. If I hit him, and that doesn't deter him next time, then yeah, I got to bring out the 22. And that, I really don't want to, like, permanently wound or kill a dog. Like, that's not something I want to do. But I will protect my family, so it is what it is. So yeah, that's the mood. I read
Arno
Kamen
Lopez
America 5 in as well.
said,
So.
"Damn disappointed but relieved face."
Yep, that's fair. Disappointed indeed, relieved indeed. It's people with their loose dogs out. It bothers me. It's the same dogs who killed the last chicken, so they know there's like tasty things to kill here. So just bad owners, not bad dogs too. Like, I wouldn't shoot the dog, I'd shoot the owner if I could. But it is what it is. So my hope is a pellet gun will be enough. Worst that could happen there is it breaks the skin or goes in, gets infected, and the owner's an asshole. Like, that's the worst. Or I take out an eye, right? And that's super rare. 22, it's a bullet. It's gonna cause damage. They might not get home without bleeding, right? It could hit I do not want to take it that far. But if they keep coming back, I'm gonna have to take it that far. So we'll see. But that was the mood. I had to wake up today, so I didn't eat. I grabbed coffee. I read a comic to cool down. Right?
Arno
Checked
Lopez
the coop.
said, "The owners need to train their damn dogs."
So this is New
Man,
Mexico.
white frowning face.
Like, I fence in Alita because I don't want her to get hurt, and she wants to go roam. She wants to go hang out with the other neighborhood dogs. There's a few other dogs, like my closest neighbors. They roam, but they never check out our chickens. They never come too far into the property. I made one point that this is our territory, and Alita's made the point yelling at them. And they just kind of check out. They say hello and move on. Totally fine. Like, those guys, at least, like you said, train the dog. At least those dogs realize what the lines are. These other two, And, because this isn't the first time I showed up. I showed up when they fucked up before. So they just decided that didn't matter. And so there's a point where if a sting won't work, and I don't like that. I love dogs. I don't want to hurt a goddamn thing. And anyway, that's where I woke up this morning. It might have painted some of my seriousness with Kamen America. But I was also able to get through that part of Kamen America and get to the awesome parts at the last 3 quarters. So I think my opinion
Dollar
isn't
coins.
that much painted.
Said. Oh, that reminds me of this survivalist guy who was camping up north and a fox was following him to his camp and he used a blunt arrowhead to scare it away because it would not leave with yells.
Yeah, it's like I can't blame the animal. It's 100% instinctual. 100% instinctual. And dogs don't get to kill often. So once they've done it, it's such a thrill, such an adrenaline rush, the taste of blood, the death, the taste of meat, right? All of that, like, that's stuck in their brain. They're going to remember that forever. The thing is, I have to make it less appealing to attempt it than it is than it is right now. And so far, just scaring them off and yelling, like, they get freaked out and run. But I need to integrate pain. It sucks, but I'd rather integrate little pain than possible death. There's not much in between it. There really isn't much in between it that's available to me, right? Blunt arrowhead isn't a bad idea. With a fox, if you hit him right, I'd probably kill him. But a blunt arrowhead would, that would be a viable option for my situation, right? Just a good whack, and then they remember the pain. And hopefully the pain is enough to be like, nah, not worth it. But also, if they're getting chickens, they might go for cats. It's bad owners raising dogs that don't know what they're doing. Or know what they're doing. Well, they don't know what they're doing. Not in the human societal structure, anyhow.
Dollar coins.
Not good.
Said. Yeah, my grandpa forced my aunt and uncle when they were kids to kill the family pet raccoon because it had killed a puppy, and my grandpa loved his pet raccoon, but after it had killed it had to go.
That's the bit, right? It's how it goes. And a raccoon in particular, they're very smart. If I had raccoons around here, like, it wouldn't have stopped them from getting, there's not much I can do besides electrifying the chicken wire that would stop a raccoon from getting it. They're very smart, and they'll take their time, and they'll figure out how to pull things apart. And so it's the same thing. It's a similar thing. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It's not a fun thing, but it's part of living out in the country, as I do. It's quote unquote country, living out in the desert. But people around here are very loose with their dogs. It's just how it goes. It's nice for the dogs if they're well behaved and they don't fuck around. These ones are fucking around. I would rather them find out lightly and never find out again than find out and then they get home bleeding and fucking dying, right? Like, even if I shot it in the ass, a 22 in the ass, depending on how shitty that owner is, or how long it takes for the owner to find out the dog's wounded, or if the dog doesn't get all the way home, like, it could be a death. I do not want to do that. And before I shot to scare them off. So they should have a memory of a very loud bang, but they don't know what that bang means. And I don't want to teach them what that bang means. Much rather not. Like, I don't want that on my conscience. So if the pellet gun will work, I'll take it. If the pellet gun doesn't work, they show up a third time.
Dollar coins.
I don't even know where these dogs are coming
Said.
from.
BB gun instead?
That's the pellet gun. To be fair, right now it's airsoft, so that's going to sting very lightly. But it's the thing I can put out the most rounds the quickest, right? So it's not just one bang, they don't know what it is, and so they keep doing what they're doing. It's bang, 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 bang with a bunch of whacks. So that's my hope. If not, it will be a pellet gun. Like, it'll be a 177 lead pellet that can pierce skin. Like, that won't kill them, but they'll fucking remember. And if they don't, then yeah, it's gonna be a 22. But it bothers me. But again, I want to protect my family. Those kids, those 3 chicks, just have been in there 2 nights with the elders, and they can't get up to the roost yet. So if they were able to get in the coop, my babies are dead. That's not gonna happen if I'm here. The other option, which I've considered, is a
$coins.
motion alarm.
Said.
That's the other option.
Got shot with BB guns all the time when a kid. Good times.
Yep, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Me too. Before airsoft was really a thing, that was what I was doing as a kid too. It's dumb, but it's fun as long as you don't get hit in the eye. But that's it. You know, it's a welt, right? That's all I want to give these things is a welt. Pain that they'll be stuck with for a long enough time that they'll remember. You know, like a bee sting. That's all I want to do. Nothing to kill them. Just enough to like, it ain't worth it. That's all I want. But yeah, if it ain't worth it, ain't enough, then yeah. But let's hope they just don't come back after today, right? It's been months since they've come back. So hopefully, and again, if I knew where these dogs were coming from, I would have to talk to the owner, right? Like, they're coming onto my property, they're trying to kill my chickens. You can either do something, or I can call animal control, because then I at least know where these dogs are, right? And I can deal with it through the legal system instead of having to possibly kill something. The other option, right, is that most people around here that have livestock actually use, which is fucked up, is the stake in antifreeze
Arno Lopez
fucking move, and I
said.
disgusting.
Yeah, man.
Fucking hate that.
Pensive face.
Yeah, meat and antifreeze has been used around here, New Mexico, a lot. Like, a lot of people have lost dogs to that. I don't want to be that guy. That's the one, like, I don't even have to be here. I could do that, but it's fucked. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, if I knew where these dogs were coming from, at least I could direct the owner. They probably wouldn't do shit, and they get all defensive and all that fun stuff. But then you know, I could have animal control deal with it. But I don't know where these dogs are coming from. It's the same dogs that killed my previous ones, though, I know it. So it is what it is. I'll do what I gotta do without resorting to the hardcore stuff as long as possible. And the chicken coop helped. That was the other thing, at least I learned, is that so far, so good. They couldn't get directly in like they did last time. That fun topic's over. I guess I needed to vent on it anyway, because it's a shit way to wake up, folks. At least it wasn't the middle of the night, so I actually did have sleep. Unlike the other night, which was like the middle of the night, and then I had work in 2 hours. That fucking sucked, because I also had to pull the dead chickens out of the roost. Then I had to come home and bury them, right? Like, it was a whole different ball game. But this morning wasn't any fun either, now that I have to worry about them coming back. I was looking for like more of a classic Red Ryder lever spring-based BB gun, just because that's a lot quicker to get ready. I have a pump one that will shoot pellets, right? But it's pump. I don't have 15 pumps. They run when they see me. So I want them to run when they see me and have some pain. And so right now I have a real quick pump action, high FPS airsoft. And we're going to try that. And if that doesn't work, then yeah, maybe I'll look for something with a bit more oomph, like a CO2 pistol. I've got one, but it's janky busted, so I don't really want to use that in case the CO2 part is also busted. So we'll see. But yeah, the other thing I was thinking of is an alarm, but then that's rude to all my neighbors. Motion sensor alarm, but that would do it. Like that it scares off bears, scares off coyotes. It, like, the loud noise all of a sudden will totally work. It just is very rude. And like it would be right outside my room out here, like other side of the wall, right? And I don't know how to turn it off when I'm going to, you know, I don't know how easy it would be to turn it off when I'm going to go feed them, or if they would set it off, the chickens, right? But I did order one. To be fair, I did order one, so we're gonna try it out. This one makes a loud hooting noise instead of a fucking siren. So we'll have that as well for when I'm not here. That's my other worry, is that they try it again when I'm not here, so they have hours to try and get to the coop. And they're a dog. They don't have anything better. So that hopefully will be enough when I'm not here. And a couple times might like keep them away from the chickens. We'll see. Chickens are getting big though. They just ain't big enough to escape to the top of the roost yet, and so that terrifies me. The other option is getting another dog, but that dog would have to be an outside dog and tied out there, and I don't want to do that either. It's rude to that dog. Like if I get an animal, they're family, not a tool. And for that setup to work, they'd have to be a tool, and I don't want to do that to another dog either. So I'm walking the line, trying to live a farmer's life in an urban environment with a bunch of... New Mexico's great because of how loose it is. New Mexico sucks because of how loose it is. That's the best I could say about it. Like, I love that it's the Old West, but
Dollar coins.
These kind of problems.
Said. VV.
BV and D. But yeah, it's enough about my chickens. Love them. They're still alive. Everything's okay. But I'm having to figure out what I can do while I'm not here. Like, I'm lucky this happened when I was here, right? If they didn't, again, they would have had hours to try and get in. I did figure out how they got in last time, and I fixed that. They have to break through, again, relatively thick chicken wire that is now bound correctly, and my dad didn't bind it correctly. That's how they got in last time. They were able to fit through some of the holes, basically, that were there. And I think one of the ways, too, is how the door was set. It didn't have the proper reinforcement, so they could push the door on a pivot and get through that. And so I fixed that as well. But still, I can only trust it so far, if they get enough time. It's buried down on the ground, so they can't dig under it either without fucking up their paws. And even then, they couldn't get under. They'd have to dig like crazy. And even then, they'd have to dig such a big fucking hole to get under the wood. Like, digging, I don't think is a worry for dogs to get in. For weasels or a skunk, maybe. But for dogs, that's not a worry. At least with that, he did that very much right.
David Schmeling said. Have to sign off for now. I wish everyone to have a great day.
You too, David. Thanks
See
for
you
stopping
later.
in and saying howdy. Really appreciate you, brother. You have a good one. God, I'm just looking at more Ghost Rider Rubber Damnation pages. Again, this is why I make comics. Again, it's the art more than the writing.
Dollar coins. Said. Yeah, there's always rats underneath chicken coops.
So
Arno Lopez.
Yeah, that's a worry.
Said.
We don't have rats.
By David. Laughing face. Dollar coins. Said. Dogs like digging them out as well.
They do, again, but it's how it's reinforced here, at least. That's not a worry. But like mice, or if we had rats, yes. We don't get rats out here. There's just like not enough, like even skunks are super rare on the mesa. Because it's just not enough water, and not enough food for a rat. For a field mouse, yeah. For like a weasel, maybe here and there. Not as much as when I lived in the wetlands around here, but maybe. But full-on fat rats, it's very rare around here. We get rabbits, right? But rabbits are mostly grazers. They very rarely feel any drive to do any kind of hunting. They're more likely to be a cannibal than a hunter. Whereas a rat will hunt. But we get a lot of rabbits, jackrabbits and stuff like that. If they were really hungry, maybe. But it's a rabbit. They're just not built like that. But yeah, it's the dogs I mainly have to worry about out here. And at least for the digging aspect, I'm fine. it's breaking through chicken wire. I gotta make sure that they can't do. It's nice. We have a tree on one corner of the chicken coop that it grew into the chicken wire, so it's super reinforced right there. So basically, one whole side of it is just almost inaccessible.
Arno Lopez said.
Oh, and the top, which is good.
Pronunciation, Wabbit.
Wabbit indeed. Out hunting wabbits. But yeah, so, just a fun another aspect that I kind of expected once I put babies in there. The bigger girls, not as much of a worry, but the babies. But yeah, here's some more Road to Damnation art. Again, why I made comics. So good. Again, thank you, Clayton Crane. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know if I have much more comic talk to talk about on this comic talk thingy. We were just talking about chicken coops, which is fine. It'd be whatever. But, yeah. I just hope they don't show back up for a while, because they were spooked off. It was broad daylight this time. I saw them. I know what they are. And I could shoot them with a pellet gun at the moment. I went back out with my pistols in case they came back out. Because when you see something like that, your first instinct isn't so much protect the animal. Isn't so much hope you don't hurt the animals as much as I'm going to protect my animals. So yeah, when I went back out, it was going to be much angrier. But luckily they weren't there, so... so then I had time to cool down and think. I was like, no, you don't want that. Figure it out differently. But, yeah. So that was my fun morning already. I haven't eaten. Had some coffee. That's all I've done. My animals have eaten. Fed the chickens. Fed Alita. She's outside out front right now. Fed my cat. She's eating. Talked about some comics, and that's been my day. It's been a decent day besides the wake up. But yeah, I did wake up on the wrong side of the bed because of what occurred right afterwards. Yeah, folks. I guess I can close it out. Probably 3.5 hours. Sure. Skip track. Very high energy.
Arno Lopez said. Yup.
And I got my
laughing
thoughts out
face.
on Kamen America, which was why, right? Why I did this is it's kind of inspired after I read it to kind of talk about some concepts within it that it spoke about itself, but then kind of at the beginning had missed what it was working to. I don't know. I said it already, so definitely if you somehow got this far and didn't hear any of that, go back and watch it. About a half hour in. Maybe I'll clip it too, just so that there's another video about it. Happy Memorial Day to you as well, brother. Only reason I'm not so stoked about it is Saturday, right? The post office closes at 10 a.m. and I work Saturdays till noon. And I had some awesome books that are now just sitting in there that I was like, oh, I can pick them up Monday. That's going to be okay. And I look and it's like, oh, it's Memorial Day. All right, guess I'm picking them up Tuesday. I needed a pick me up after Saturday. It kind of sucked. But tomorrow I'll have some very cool books to look at, so I'm stoked about that. But Memorial Day overall, we didn't really talk about that. It's a good day to talk about Kamen America. So to me, a lot of the
Arno Lopez
expressions of being
said,
a soldier,
aw dang,
that I've experienced through comics that are important to me.
dollar coins.
In fact, I want to say that
said,
for Memorial Day.
Oh, my package will be there Tuesday.
Sweet. I'm gonna all kinds of cool stuff then Tuesday. Awesome. So I don't know if you folks have any soldier comics or something dealing with that are important to you, Memorial Day, but for me, there's actually quite a few. So we did touch on Punisher overall, but Punisher Max in particular. It
Arno
explores
Lopez
some weight that could
said,
occur with that vocation.
A salute to those brave men and women.
Yes, indeed. I'm totally with you there. There are some beautiful expressions through Captain America that I always recommend checking out as well. Particularly, there's a moment in Straczynski's Thor run with Cap had died, and Thor goes and talks to Cap's spirit and says, "You will be welcomed Valhalla and all that. But what Cap says, and why he sticks around as a ghost to hear everybody talking in his name, all of that, like that moment will always stick with me as a very clear, concise, like expression of what Captain America should be, and I really appreciate that. Fury, My War Gone By. If you want to hear a incredible expression on what soldiering became after World War II, and the weight that I'm sure many servicemen and women, and particularly espionage agents, feel, I think that's an incredible work and a very important work. Sarah by Garth Ennis as well. If you want a woman's perspective on warfare from World War II, I think it's a really unique version of it. It doesn't paint the USSR as this amazing thing. It more treats it as people fighting for their homeland, which is a good chunk of the time what they were fucking doing towards the end of that war. I think that's wonderful. Ennis is my favorite military fiction writer, period. And I've read a lot of Clancy and I haven't read a lot of other writers, to be fair, but when Ennis leans into his military fiction obsession, he does it very respectfully and very beautifully. So basically any of the work that he's dealt with that deals with being a soldier, I think is worth your time on days like today. There's a melancholy respect and affection that he's able to put into that.
Arno Lopez
I really appreciate.
Said, indeed.
But again, Straczynski, when he tried to express what America maybe meant to him through Thor talking about it, was just an incredible thing. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Other Memorial Day stuff. I'm sure there's better stuff. I've read a lot of Black Hawk. Black Hawk's fun. But, like, I think it's good because it's this almost Foreign Legion kind of feel to it, too. So it breaks the borders angle of warfare and being a soldier, and it's more this united sense of being a soldier, being a warrior, being a defender of one's country. In this case, World War II, right? So it was kind of a Foreign Legion thing, much like the RAF was for a good chunk of time there. So Black Hawk, a lot of the early Black Hawk I'd recommend as well. I haven't read Sergeant Rock, but I know a lot of people like Sergeant Rock. I can't think of Marvel soldier heroes besides Punisher and Cap. That doesn't mean they're not there. It's just like I'm blanking on it. But Black Hawk and Sergeant Rock are DC. Definitely recommend that. And give thanks. Independent comics wise, if you want the spirit of America, Kamen America's pretty good at expressing some spirit of America that we don't express as much anymore. So I recommend Kamen America. Rags, if you want to delve into some of the weight you come out of that job, that vocation, that mission, that calling with. Rags is very good at communicating PTSD. It is deftly and respectfully communicated without being like softballed. It's not coddling you, but it's also not like shoving your face in shit. You know, it's not really just like look at it. It's really respectful doing it. If you can deal with some TNA, if you can deal with the framing device of zombies, yeah, you have to kind of look at it that way, and it's from a combat vet, so I do recommend that if you want a direct expression. Check out Rags. Very, very good stuff for that, and it was focused for the military and to communicate that they're not alone in those feelings in a way that vets could actually resonate with. So it's an important piece of work for that, if nothing else. And I think that's all I can really talk about on this Memorial Day on that one. I'm super anti-war, to be fair. I think it is fundamentally unnecessary. I think particularly these days it is more of a blood sacrifice for elite powers. It's pretty much always been a blood sacrifice for elite powers, but the spirit of being a warrior, of that positive masculinity to defend one's own, is a good thing. And if nothing else, that's something we should remember on a day like today. For sure. Yeah. So that's best I can say on Memorial Day. But again, like I'm not really the right person to talk about it because of how much I think it is a sad, unnecessary thing. Not always, but like we're talking about me guarding my chickens, right? Like it's not the same, but fundamentally it's there are similarities. Defending one's home, defending one's family, right? Like from that perspective, I'm with them 100%. From a lot of other bits of the mechanisms of the war machine, not so much. It's why it's one of the 4 pillars of IronVerse Comics. But
Arno Lopez
there's a difference
said,
between the tools
"Indeed,
and
man,
the users.
most of these wars aren't even our problem, and it drowns our resources to the point where it hurts us. It sucks, but we must look out for our own before we can help anyone else."
Bingo, and that's a big part of it, right? Like I don't judge except for the big things that I can see, like individuals who choose to go into the service. That is a very noble choice, depending on why. Nothing wrong with that. The users who forge you into a tool, it's a little tougher for me to get on board to the mechanism as much as the ideal. If you get what I mean. The mechanisms are just fucking awful. The military gets things done. I respect that very, very, very much. If you want something done, that's has always been who you go to. But there's reasons for that, and the application of that ability. So, if we talk about Vietnam, I would have hated the war. I do hate the war, but I wouldn't have spit on our veterans either. That's where I come from, and I think America kind of learned that after Nam as well. It's just like these are still human beings. They may be put into positions where they can make very atrocious decisions, but they're fucking human beings, often trying to do the right thing. And with Nam, someone forced into doing something they didn't want to do. It was fucking god awful. So we've gotten better about that, but we still toss veterans aside. That is complete bullshit. So yeah, it's a very complicated issue that I just have nothing but empathy for everybody involved except for the abusers. And there are very few abusers, but they've been doing it forever. So it's hard for me to resonate with the machine, but the ideals, that's a different story. Okay. Oh, cool. I'm gonna look for it. Alita's probably gonna be super stoked for your package, Dollar Coins. She is needed and deserving of new toys. She's been taking good care of me. In fact, today after that chicken incident, man, she was just cuddling. She was just looking and saying, "It's okay, Dad. We're okay. Everything's okay." I love that creature so very much. As I say, she's a creature of love and light and beauty. She is my family. And so she deserves some very cool stuff, and I very much appreciate you helping take care of her, brother.
Arno Lopez said, "Yeah man, the way the media and government just casually made the choice to send us there, and they covered it up like nothing happened, was just beyond awful. Forgotten war my ass." Dollar Coins said, "About to post the maybe solo her clip."
I can stream
Dollar
like
Coins
that if you're interested.
said, "No problem, Alita deserves to be happy."
I agree, and I appreciate you also helping. She's a good girl. I think she's happy, but every little bit, she has fun. She's still got that half of a pig. She actually hasn't destroyed that half of a pig yet. She destroyed the pig overall, but then the butt, she has not ripped to shreds yet.
Dollar Coins said, "Sure, I can show it."
Yeah, link me to it. Let's see it. I'll stream snipe that clip. I'm curious. But yeah, I did that whole challenge stream. I don't even think I elaborated because a guy named Rocky helped me beat Radon. I was like, you know what? This is for you, Rocky, and it totally was. We just did Clubber Lang instead of Balboa because he was Rocky. When I first did it, I was gonna be Drago, but I was like, Drago's too much of a dick. Mr. T's a cool cat. Mr. T's a cool cat, even if Clubber Lang wasn't a very nice character. Mr. T's a cool cat, so I was happy to fly that flag for a little bit. But yeah, cool. Maybe I could solo her. I'm glad somebody picked up that mantle. But still been seeing Let Me Solo Her, like animations made and stuff like that. Hey, like that was a very cool part of the Elden Ring fandom that manifested. I really liked that. That was a cool thing. Yeah, just link me to it somewhere, and I will find it. Oh, okay. Maxie says more pages coming soon. So I did hear from Maxie just now, so that's good. Hopefully means he's super excited about it, because I am. And, yeah, Dollar Coins, I'm going to have to tell you something that went into the contract. I told on the stream that something went into the contract, but I didn't tell him what. You need to know. It's a good thing. I think it's a good thing and overdue. And before I gave it to him, I was like, I guess I don't need that. So, it is what it is, but I think it's a good thing. But yeah, just totally link me and we will watch. Maybe I can solo her for you. Every time I stream for any amount of time, man, I think it's
Dollar
because I have
Coins
to look up at my screen.
said, okay, understood. Also VID is upping right now.
Oh, that's fine.
Be a min or two before it finish processing.
That's fine. I'm in no rush. If folks don't mind, though, I'm gonna hit the standby and pop my neck because I don't think you guys need to see that. Please stand by.
Arno Lopez said, standing by,
I'm back.
laughing face.
Pop the neck. It helped a little bit. Probably need painkillers. I don't know why it happens. I can't tell you. It's a specifically to when I stream, because it doesn't happen when I'm just doing work or whatever on this PC. I think it's because I look at this screen more and I don't notice it, so my neck's kind of cranked and like that, and then I alternate to looking up at this screen, and that's a little bit too. So I think it's the placement of my screens. So maybe I can figure out a way to fix that at some point, so I can do these longer streams without neck pain. Because yeah, that's happened to every one of these streams. I still did like the 12-hour streams. I did it, but I did it with neck pain. So I'd like to avoid that, because usually if there's pain, something's not right. so I don't want to continue that. I had neck problems for years after a like 5 mile an hour crash into a cement pole with my dad, and like I had bad neck problems forever, and I don't really want to exacerbate that. It took a while to heal. But it did heal. I was young enough too that it was okay. It was whiplash, so was the muscle damage that took a long time to heal. But yeah. But I'm excited. More pages to Jack. We've got 2 more pages till we finish the first of the 4 parts of this issue 4. And once we get to the second part, I can. So there's 4 characters in issue 4 to follow another story. Yada yada. I've told it many times. Most people aren't fucking interested, so I'm gonna stop and just let people read it. But the designs of each of these characters are gonna be kind of important to convey the idea that I'm trying to work on. So I'm excited to see Max's expression of the second one, because it's the most resonant and relevant to our times out of the four we're gonna deal with. All of them are pretty resonant. This first guy, the old man, I'm just gonna have to wait till people read it, and the people who get it, I guess. Because that was one of the parts of I learned when I was doing those 30 and change interview streams during issue number 4's campaign run. Like a lot of people, like, in one ear out the other with what I'm trying to tackle, and I think it's because of how I explained it. So I'm hoping the actual work doesn't do that. It shouldn't. It's gonna be a lot more entertaining than me just talking about it significantly, especially how it's approached. But we'll see.
Dollar coins.
But I'm damn excited for
said.
what's we're page
Twit
9.
DM you the link.
Copy. Got it. Alright, and I was just stalling for that as well. Maybe I can solo. Excellent. Alright, here we go. Maestro! Alright, here is the link. Oh, I already opened it, so that's fine. Here you go! Also, link in chat to the video if you want to subscribe to Dollar Coins and you aren't already. Very much recommended. He's doing all kinds of different stuff all the time. And if you want to link your second channel here, Dollar Coins, you're also welcome to do that. You're also welcome to do that. Because he does have a second channel.
Let's see if the man is here.
Oh, let me see. Can
I
you
heard
guys
he's
hear this?
retired.
Yes. He is retired.
Arno Lopez said. Yup. Laughing face.
If he's still here, that would be weird.
I love your hat, Dollar Coins.
324.
Toby. Oh.
Maybe I can solo her. Old Aunt Agatha. Just don't die.
That's great.
God before Kratos.
Oh, he looks like Kratos!
Kratos is here.
That's pretty
He's
good.
looking like Kratos.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Maybe I can solo her. That's pretty fun. Oh no, the computer's going down.
Oh, okay, give it a second. We're going to wait just a second so I can share this. It's getting shared. And then we'll go back and watch if maybe I can solo her. Can't do it. Spoilers, I was told. Spoilers! I was told that it can happen. Spoilers. I forgot that's a thing. See, that time it worked out of nowhere. That time the chaos was good. Forgot that was a voice trigger.
Oh yeah. Serious. Hold on.
Whoa.
Okay.
Shield potion. It's a bit of spoilers for me, that's okay.
Alright. It's fighting her. He's good. It's really good. Don't be a coward and hide over here. Get him! Get her! You can do it!
Oh, he's got her.
We needed you, champion!
Oh, man!
Hit once.
Oh, he's so good.
Has not got it hit once. Wow. He wants me to let her solo her.
It's true. He's continuing the legacy. I appreciate it.
Lenia comes in with slash. Oh, he's been hit.
Uh-oh.
He's been hit. He's healed. but it's still a very good attempt.
Yes.
Marvelous attempt.
Agreed. Oh, he did it! Alright. Sorry, Dollar. That's just first form, I'm guessing. Ugh, I still want to eat story spoilers. Second form? Second form. Okay. So I'm not gonna watch the cutscene, but we'll watch the fight. It's spoilers, but it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this before. Tactical retreat. Yes.
Dollar Coins said, yes, second form.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this guy doing? See this? Oh my god.
Nice.
Wow. I gotta get my mouse ready.
Oh, fallen angel motif with her, huh? Interesting.
Let's see. Alrighty.
That is cool.
What's going on, guy?
He's waiting. Very patient.
Look at him go. Did not anticipate this guy to do this.
Well, he wasn't sure either, now, of course, to be fair. That's why it's maybe. I can say.
Your strength. Extraordinary.
This is true.
The mark of a true lord.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dope.
Thank you.
Dear Mikola. Oh, dearest Mikola. My brother. I'm sorry. I finally met my match.
Dope. Alright. I don't want to be spoiled too much more, but that was good. That was great. Well done. I like the video, too. A little bit of editing made a big difference. Very cool. Very, very cool. And there you go. Maybe I can solo her. Did solo her. That was cool. That was cool. Got a little bit of cold coffee to finish, I guess. Then I do need to eat something. Stomach's like, arr, arr, arr. I'm like, Oh, am I missing anything else? But no, did I like that video? I better have liked it. I didn't. Sorry, Dog Points. It's been like it now. It was good. I do like it, so I liked it.
Dollar Coins said, that boss is nuts.
Yeah.
I heard Let Me Solo Her had to die over 270 times before he got her moves down. Dollar Coins said, I honestly don't have the time to do that.
No, I understand that. Yeah, no, I don't think you cheaped out. I'm gonna bash my head against the wall with her for a while, but I don't think 270 times. But yeah, I'll probably. I am just stubborn enough that I will try a few times. But yeah, it's crazy. That guy did great once. Hit once. Both forms, as far as we could tell, huh? Fucking A. Great. That's how you do it. But I got like 30 more hours from you said to get there. We'll play some Elden Ring at some point. I love the game. But yeah, it's gonna be 30 hours at that point. But there's probably some really cool stuff along the way that I also don't know, which is cool. Oh, here's something I got that I am going to talk about too, because I talked about the last Disney offering from the 40K universe. So I snagged it. It's not until Friday, so we won't be talking about it till then. Till probably after then. I've got a lot of
Dollar
stuff about.
Coins said, "Yep, play with me. I'll save you 25 hours of banging your head against the wall."
Oh, I've had a great time every time we've done. So that's what we'll. I'd appreciate it. Let's just say that. Because yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of weird. It's Dark Soul, you know, it's a From Software game, so there's a lot of weird stuff sometimes to progress. But yeah, snag this, the second offering from Disney. That's 40K. Marnie's Calgar, pretty mediocre, but was still 40K, which was my main worry, that Disney would like try and sanitize a universe that if you sanitize even a little, it's going to break and fall apart. So I'm curious how this one goes. I'm not surprised that it is the next thing they tried, because the Smurfs, the Ultramarines, are pretty much stock standard 40K. Most people are introduced to the designs of 40K through the Ultramarines. So now we got the ladies. We've got the battle, you know, the Sisters of Battle. We got the Warrior Nuns. And they're a little bit more hardcore. Like, I don't think we're going to get any Arco-Flagellants in this, which is a cyborg. It's basically one of them that are going through punishment for their sins against the Emperor, and so they are cybernetically enhanced to consistently feel pain, and they either die in battle or they survive long enough to have washed away their sins, right, and become something better. So I don't think we'll get them, because their lore is very is rough. Like, yeah, I still don't know. I don't know why Disney bought Games Workshop. Like, I get it from, like, Games Workshop is a very cool set of IPs. Like, I get it from, like, a fan standpoint. I don't get it from Disney's branding standpoint whatsoever. It is the antithesis of what Disney has stood for like 60 years. So that's why I've been so curious about these Marvel Sisters of Marvel 40K comics. So this is the second attempt at it. The first one was fine. They didn't sanitize it. So I'm just curious if they sanitize the Sisters of Battle, because they are a lot harder to sanitize. Like this also was like, ugh, I saw this and I was like, oh god. But then I was like, well, the cover's classic 40K artwork, so maybe. And then I got into it and looked at the preview here. And I was like, okay. Right away, they're not sanitizing it. So maybe. Because it even feels like the older 40K comics, the Black Library comics that I have, art style wise, right? It's colored, unlike a lot of the 40K comics back in the day, which is black and white. Very underground comics feeling. Very 2000 AD feeling comics. And this has that kind of art style to it. So I'm hopeful this will be better than Calgar. Like this, look at that face perspective's pretty bad. Like, it looks super flat. Face all tucked in. I don't like that so much, but it's got an indie feel to it, which is good. The lettering's actually unique, at least. I don't know if it's good. I don't like that's bold, but it's unique. I don't know. I'll have to read it. I mean, they've got those. You know what that is, right? That is a fucking baby that they wired into, because humanity at this point does not, like, it was destroyed by artificial intelligence. So they don't build any machines that have artificial intelligence, but they still have to run very complicated things. So usually what they do is they wire a brain into it. So this is a fucking baby that they wired into something. Like, that's hardcore for Disney. So that gives me a little bit of hope. There's an Inquisitor too. Again, I'm not seeing any Arco-Flagellants or Repentance, but we'll see. I like that pen. That pen was cool. So we'll see. I'm more hopeful for this than I was Marnie's Calgar.
Arno Lopez
More hopeful.
said, loudly crying face.
Yeah, I'm more hopeful for this than I was Marnie's Calgar, and I was pleasantly surprised. Like, Marnie's Calgar wasn't great. It was one of the worst 40K comics I've read. But the standard for 40K comics is actually pretty high from the Black Library. So it's not saying as much about the quality of it as it was like what it was trying to hold up to for Disney. And the mouse ears weren't felt in Marnie's Calgar, so I'm hoping it's not felt here. Particularly, again, because we're dealing with Ultramarines. If you're going for
Arno
like
Lopez
good guys in the Space Marines,
said,
that's about as close as you get.
I'm glad I never read that one then eyes.
Yeah, be honest. If you're an Ultramarines fan, then I think you'll actually enjoy it. I'm not. They really, like, with the latest, like, I guess 8th edition of 40K, like, Ultramarines, particularly because Goleman showed back up, are like front and center now. So it made sense. And Calgar's fine. I don't think he has much personality, and they did what they could with him in that comic. But if you're an Ultramarines fan, you probably like Calgar, and so you probably like that. I'm a Space Wolves guy. I like my Space Vikings that are werewolves. Like, that's my thing. That's the design I like, and I think they are actually kinder individuals than the Ultramarines when it comes to like honor and such. They're not the Nazi angle of the Imperium is significantly lesser in both the Ultramarines and the Space Wolves, but the Space Wolves, it's not even a thing. Like, it's barely there at all. They barely uphold Imperial creed. Where the Ultramarines, like, you're still like in a very rigid hierarchy, and it's very easy to dive into the Imperial system. So I'm a Space Wolves guy because
Arno
of that.
Lopez.
But the sisters are, the church.
We need more on the green salamanders.
They are also super kind. That's the thing too. They actually keep their families. So that is true. And Fenris, man, is a terrible world compared to the Salamander's home planet. So yeah, different kinds of people too. But the Salamanders, yep, that's true. I don't think Vulcan's returned. I hope he does, just like I hope Russ returns. They're cool cats. Like their lore, their stories, and what they tried to uphold in this what became an extremely fascist fucking government. Pretty cool. But again, so I'm not a big Smurf guy, not a big Ultramarine guy. So that didn't hit. I like the Sisters of Battle. So I'll see if this can hold. $15 for the trade. I'm not happy to give Disney that money, but I'm happy to see, like, it's worth it for just to make a video over it, right? Like I did with Calgar. But all the older, late 80s, early 90s 40K comics are I mean, they kick the shit out of Marnie's Calgar, in my opinion. Most of them are strips or anthology 5-page length, and they are so good. And it was nice to see when the Black Library was losing its one of the concessions they made to be bought out by Disney, so the Black Library just couldn't produce comics themselves anymore. They reprinted a couple of the books that were really hard to get a hold of, like Lone Wolves, which is a really cool one. And so I got a hold of that. So they knew what was going to happen, but so far Disney hasn't really leaned into it. Because I think, man, if they can't handle the Punisher, if Disney and Marvel have trouble with the Punisher, they better not even acknowledge they own 40K. They have problems with a hardcore vigilante, then space Nazis being the best hope for the universe probably isn't something they should acknowledge they own. So I'm hoping that keeps them out of the 40K creative loop as far as they can while still making money off of it, right? And I think that's the approach they're going for, which is kind of cool compared to what I thought they'd do, which is this is a problem that we need to eradicate. That's what I was expecting with 40K being bought by Disney. I was like, they're going to see this as an IP that needs to die, and that's why they bought it. Yeah, that's fair as well. But I really was assuming Disney was buying 40K to eradicate it because of how problematic it is. But so far that hasn't been the case, and they haven't even tried to sanitize it, like I said. They haven't even tried a slow death of 1,000 cuts yet. So that makes me hopeful that at least Game Workshop has enough wherewithal to want to survive, right? And they know what their bread and butter is, and so that's how they deal with Disney, I think, which is good. Because, again, that's why I thought they bought Games Workshop. I really did. I thought it was like, oh, this is the most problematic IP in existence. We need to eradicate it. So far so good in terms of that, which is the worst case scenario. In terms of the death of 1,000 cuts, to be fair, that is still to be seen, depending on how small these cuts are. But we're still getting our gore. Bolts still impacting somebody and then explode, and you still see what that means in a 40K comic. So, I'm hopeful compared to what I was when I heard they were buying. So this is the second run to prove to me, like, what are they doing with it? And so far, those preview pages, sure, they weren't as gory as a lot of 40K comics get. I'm sure we'll never get I don't even know what they're called anymore. I know the Eldar are now the Eldari for some reason, and they have another name too, just like the Imperial Guard are now the Astra Militarum. Licensing, right? And copyrights, just like they don't use dwarfs anymore. They have some other dumb word for dwarf. But we'll probably never see a Slanesh comic or a Dark Eldar comic. And if we do, that's when we'll see the sanitation come in. Because their whole shtick is just to be the most evil, torturous, sadistic, rapist kind of fucking monsters to exist. Like, shit the Punisher Max wouldn't touch kind of stuff. So I don't see Disney, like, getting behind that. They could surprise me. But if they do, I'm assuming that will have sanitation. But we'll see. This might. And then all my hope will die. But we'll see. Friday. And I'll probably read this right away. Because I am super curious about that. That whole acquisition made no sense to me except in the context of eradicating the IP. So, and that hasn't been what they're doing. And I don't think Games Workshop would have went with it. Because if they eradicate that IP, then Games Workshop stops existing. So, we'll see. We'll see. It's one of the most curious Disney acquisitions, period. And I'm glad nobody talks about it, because if we got too much awareness like the Punisher gets through Disney, there might be radical changes. 40K will never not be problematic. It's built into its core. So if you do anything to it, it will destroy it. So we'll see. We'll see. Basically, once Disney gets their money back from the acquisition of Games Workshop, that's when something is significantly more likely to happen, if they're going to go that way. But we'll see. I don't know the fucking terms, right? Like, I don't know how much or why or what the terms were for GW, but the comics are my best barometer. It's the one I'm most interested in, right? So that's my second chance. That's my second chance, and I'm very curious. Very curious. I love me some 40K. It's another storytelling pillar for me. Compared to comics universes, like 40K is a massive. It's just so deep and entertaining and creative and well structured, and it's logical fantasy science fiction that leans so heavy into fantasy that it shouldn't be logical as science fiction anymore, but it pulls it off every time. It's just even with their small steps forward, I don't kind of wish they never would have stepped forward into waking up the Primarchs. But they have to grow and sell new Space Marine models. They have to sell more plastic to survive. So I get it.
Arno Lopez said, "Every single time." Laughing face.
Every single time. Squats are coming back, and they're super problematic. So I'm kind of interested in that too. That's just Games Workshop, right? So, but the squats are acknowledged and being put back. I'm sure they'll have some other name, some other space dwarf name, but we're getting the squats back. So that's also something that I'm like, So I don't know.
Dollar coins.
You're so right.
said.
So right, I'm so hungry.
Dat tuna samak ain't gonna make itself, Cody.
I am hungry. My stomach's like, and I have to check on the dog. 4 hours, 5 minutes. Okay, we're done. I'm sorry, folks. I could stay and talk more, but maybe I'll come back later today. It is Monday. I got nothing to do today because it's Memorial Day. I don't really want to go out. We have a big old biker run that goes around our area today, and it's just going to be a whole bunch of insanity if I was to go into town or anything. So I'll be around. So there's a good chance if there's nothing else to do, I will stream again. So keep an eye out.
Arno Lopez
For that.
said. It's fine.
And I am
Laughing
very hungry,
face.
So I'm gonna go make me a sandwich, and if I want to stream later, I'll stream later. Just keep an eye out. If you don't have that bell, hit that bell. It is the way to know if I'm live. I'm now learning to give it about 25 to 25 minutes once I go live to actually like hit the topic of the thing. Otherwise, I'm gonna be talking to myself, and that's been on average about what it is. Till somebody or some group of people show up on these streams. Unless there's a super clickbaity title that like makes people worry about me, which I feel bad about that consistently, but like a lot of the time it's an expression I need to express at that time. So it is what it is. I'll try and do less of those. Hopefully I will. It's kind of a rarity, so. Anywho, folks, thank you so much. I hope the new streaming tunes have been pretty cool. Like, this one's kind of groovy. I like this one. We hit all the topics I wanted to. The main thesis of today, again, was to talk about the first time I noticed a real weak link in Kamen America in volumes and pages and pages. God, they're like 400 pages into this story at this point. If you count Black Hops, they're like 600. If you count Soul Finder, they're working on the commonality, the name of their universe, which I really
Arno Lopez
stupid. So I
said,
hope that worked.
Okie dokie.
For its point.
Laughing face.
I hope I expressed my affection for Jess Smith as well, my expression for Sam Keith, for these independent creators who walk their own road the best they can, even if it ends up being pretty hard. And Sam Keith's choice. We talked a lot about manga. I appreciate about the importance of layouts was a big subject today. And yeah, thank you folks for joining me on that. And like, subscribe, bell, the stuff, because I'd love to grow this channel. I think it has a lot of potential. I think again, I like to be humble, but I think a lot of people could benefit from it if they knew it was there and they enjoyed it like you kind folks do. Anywho, take care. I will catch you later.
Arno Lopez said, "Oh, since Chaos Gate, Damon Hunters just released on Steam. Will you be getting it anytime soon?"
Just for
Cody,
you, Arno. I interrupted that
laughing
ad.
face,
Just for
dollar
you, Arno.
coins, said, "Virtual hug you gothies."
I do got this. Thank you for the hug, brother. Arno, I've heard of it. I don't even know what kind of game it is. I like my 40k games. I really do. The one I'm looking forward to the most is Darktide, because I loved Vermintide. And so I'm very curious what they can do with the 40k setting instead of just the Warhammer Fantasy setting. Especially since they had so much love for Warhammer Fantasy that was shown throughout both Vermintide games. If they even show 10% of that with Darktide, I'm going to be a happy camper. So that's what I'm waiting for. I have heard of Chaos Gate. I'm going to have to look into it.
Arno Lopez
But
said,
Darktide's what I'm waiting for.
Same.
Darktide.
Laughing
And
face.
Space Marine 2. I fucking loved Space Marine. I did a whole set of streams on Space Marine once I heard the Space Marine 2 release was coming. It's dealing with the Tyranids, and it's still Captain Titus, and I would love to hear what happened to him after the Inquisition got a hold of him. Anywho, like, I'm super excited for Space Marine 2, super excited for Darktide. Darktide hopefully is coming this year, if I remember right, so I'm fucking stoked on that. But I'll have to look into Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. I'm
Arno
not
Lopez
buying many new games because of how much
said,
I invested on these mangas.
But I'll
have to check it out.
Space Marine 2. Laughing face.
Oh, I'm so with you. I'm so excited. If it's even, I don't know, 70% of what Space Marine was for me, then I'm going to be so happy. If it's more than that...
Arno Lopez said, "Okie dokie."
But anyway, the next
By
time
Cody,
you're going to hear about 40k from
laughing
me
face.
is Sisters of Battle. Look forward to that.
Misketchboot 340 said, "What's up, Cody?"
I was ending the stream as what's up, but welcome. Thanks for stopping on in. We talked about a whole bunch of stuff. The main thesis of this stream is about a half hour in, if you're curious about that. Before that, we talked about some independent stuff that I got in, some crowdfunded stuff I got in that I love the creators, and I want to read and finish, at least in one case. We talked about manga. We talked about a whole bunch of stuff. I think the stream's worth watching if you're curious. It is 4 hours of your life, though, so I totally understand. But thank you for stopping in. I was just ending the stream to go eat a sandwich. I'm a very hungry boy. Didn't tell me it's rumbling. But I thank you so much for stopping in. And yeah, enjoy your day, everybody. If you're American, or I don't know if Armistice Day is the same day in Canada, but you know, be grateful for those men and women who put their lives on the line to defend the freedoms you currently enjoy. As always, happy Memorial Day, folks. You take care. I appreciate you.
Miss Sketchbook 340 said, "Sure. Now I can break it down to episodes."
That's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. A lot of streams, like I watch a lot
Miss
of
Sketchbook
goofy,
340 said, waving hand sign.
I watch a lot of goofy like gaming challenge streams, particularly a streamer named Doug. That's where I got a lot of inspiration for how I structure this stream with how he does his stuff. And I just have that in the background, right? When I'm doing other stuff, 7-hour streams, 8-hour streams, and it's just like I watch it throughout the day, quote unquote, watch it while I'm doing other stuff. And I think we could fill that void as well if you're curious. And I think I had some cool stuff today. Anyway, you take care, folks. I'm gonna go eat. I'll probably be back later today because I don't know what else I'm gonna do today. But you enjoy your day and take care.
Dollar Coins said, social dist.